Chapter 26 How can such a small scene be your debut? 3 days later. When several large ships flying the flag of the Rocks Pirates successfully docked on the island where a naval branch is located. The battle started immediately. Young people, kill all the dog legs of these Tianlong people. Rocks showed a grim smile on his face. This time, we must let the guys from the World ZF and the Navy figure out who is the master of New World. Then he waved his hand. A group of pirates immediately rushed over. The captain is right. This time, we must let everyone know that New World is our territory of Rocks Pirates. This day has finally come. I want to avenge my brothers who died in battle before. Let the Navy's gangsters taste our power. Try it all, our deeds will be circulated on the entire sea tomorrow. Hundreds of members of the Rocks Pirates. Under the leadership of a group of captains. An extremely fierce offensive was launched against the Navy branch. I'm going to do it, it's just to guard the boat with you, right? Yi Yu looked at the distance and fell into a one-sided battle. He glanced at him in great discomfort. Although he has not been in this world for a long time. But I have long been accustomed to the survival rules of, the strong prey on the weak. Death and killing are also accustomed to it. Originally, he wanted to fight against the powerful men in the Navy branch. Let's test my achievements in the past 2 months, but he was called out directly by Locks. Stayed on the boat. Don't worry, how can such a small scene be your debut? There was an inexplicable light flashing in Rock's pupils, and he said meaningfully, the real highlight is behind. I have prepared a gorgeous feast for you. It's mysterious. Yi Yu said something in a lack of interest. Don't bother asking more questions. Then he lay on the bench and looked at his attribute panel. Open black lens bracket strongest sign in system close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket host, Yi Yu close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age, 17 years old close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ability template, Hungry Wolf close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket current progress, 89% close black lens bracket. Skills. My Flow, Flowing Water Rock Broken Fist, Whirlwind Iron Cutting Fist, Junyao Dragon Kill Fist, 3-dimensional movement, Thunder Gossip, Elbuff's Gun, Weo, Chopper, Lion and Keonch Valley. Template additional passive characteristics, Breathing Method, Super Learning Ability, Combat Continuation, Near-Death Breakthrough, Stronger and Stronger in Combat, Adaptability. Open black lens bracket armed color domineering, advanced close black lens bracket. Seeing and hearing domineering spirit, advanced awakening and predicting the future. Open black lens bracket ordinary color domineering, intermediate close black lens bracket. Compared to 2 months ago, Yi Yu's overall strength has changed drastically. Armed color domineering and assessed color domineering. He has already practiced all to the advanced level. The highest level of perfect realm. It's not far away. And in terms of skills, Yi Yu also learned the 2 most powerful moves in the Golden Lion Sword skills. Open black lens bracket Chister close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Lion, Chichi Valley close black lens bracket. With these abilities alone, Yi Yu is enough to be among the strong. Even if it is placed inside the Rocks Pirates. It's enough to rank first. Inside the Navy branch. Emergency, Rocks Pirates suddenly attacked, Lieutenant General Heath was killed, requesting support. A communication soldier repeated the rescue signal in a horror. I was already extremely desperate. Just now. He saw Lieutenant General Heath, who was stationed in the branch with his own eyes. He was chopped in half by the big pirate Whitebeard. Bang! At this moment, the door was kicked open. Before the communications officer could react, he has become Kaido's dead soul. In such a scene, in the next few days, it will be among other naval branches in New World. It is constantly repeated. Navy Headquarters. Marshal's Office. Corrosive Bone Kong sat in the main seat with a gloomy face. Start handy. They are the warring states period, Zephyr and he who are in their prime. In addition to the big gangster Cap, the mainstays of the Navy headquarters are already on the list. Is that guy Locke's crazy in a row in 1 week? Zephyr took the lead in breaking the deadlock. As a general, he and Locke are old acquaintances. New World, many franchisees have been attacked by Rock's pirates. The Navy's top leaders have a great headache about this. But whether it is the Navy, still the World ZF, but they can't completely solve the huge threat of Rocks. Even the highest combat power recognized by Zephyr, Warring States period, and Carp. They were all defeated by Locks. Even Cylinder empty. There is no way to defeat that monster. So over the years, the Navy, while attacking other pirates in New World, but he could only turn a blind eye to the actions of the Rocks pirates. Although it was a helpless move, but it also indirectly intensified the growth of the Rocks pirates. But no one expected it. Locks will suddenly break the tactic understanding, balance relationship that the two sides have always maintained. And it is in this way of destroying one's life. It can be said. The last fig leaf of the Navy. It was directly torn off by Locks ruthlessly. It seems that a simple sea area can no longer satisfy Locks' ambitions. The light of wisdom flashed in his eyes, but his tone was very heavy. This time, he should want to completely clear the Navy from that New World. What? Cylinder, Bone, Kong and others' faces changed drastically. Everyone realized the seriousness of the matter. Damn it, we must not let him succeed. The Warring States period clenched its fists, like a glaring look on the King Kong. If you lose control of New World, then those World ZF franchisees will be completely missed under the pirate's butcher's knife. At that time the prestige of the Navy will inevitably be hit with an extremely painful blow. The Warring States period took a deep breath and looked extremely solemn. Ship Kong, you can't let that lunatic Locks continue to do whatever he wants. Let's fight him head on. Transfer my orders and let that bastard Cap return to the team immediately. Open black lens bracket corrosive bone close black lens bracket. So's expression was solemn, and after pondering for a moment, he opened his mouth and ordered. The mission of pursuing Roger pirates will be temporarily put on the spot. Tell Carp, if you dare to violate my orders again, military law dealt with. Chapter 27, Hostility from Cadres, Kill to the Holy Land. It's night. New World, in front of the ruins of the G7 branch. Members of the Rocks pirates. A banquet was being held in front of a huge bonfire. Celebrate another victory. In just 1 week, Rocks pirates successfully destroyed 20 naval branches. The offensive is as unstoppable as a destruction. Nowadays, all countries in the entire New World, they were already shivering in the horror atmosphere created by Rocks. After Yu counted the number of casualties under his command, then he got up and walked backwards. Locks had just sent someone to inform him to attend the cadre meeting before the decisive battle. Although he is just an intern. But Locks obviously wants him to shoulder a heavier burden. Not long. Yu came to the open space where Locks and others were. Looking up. Except for the Golden Lion, who was assigned by Locks alone on duty. Whitebeard and Big Katakana Middle. Mom and other core members. It has long been gathered here. Many of them are familiar faces that Yu can name. Such as John, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, Black Charcoal Dusk Cicada, Black Charcoal Cicada Ball, Long Bread, Sha Chi, and Miss Bajan. Among these people, what surprised Yu was Sha Chi and Miss Bajan. The former is the bar owner who will have an affair with Pluto Rayleigh in the future. And the latter. That's right. She is the ugly ghost who shrank into a chrysanthemum face. Only. Miss Bajan, who is in his youth now. He is indeed quite beautiful. No wonder Whitebeard has been entangled with her in private. Yu is really a little suspicious now. Bayershi's martial arts value is over. The IQ is a big stupid person with a negative number. Could it be that the Whitebeard and this girl were born? Gulalala. Whitebeard did not shy away from his appreciation of Yu, and waved his hand first and said, "Brother Yu, come to my place." The longer the two people get in contact, the more Whitebeard has the urge to turn Yu into a family. But this is destined to be just his wishful thinking. Yu directly chose to ignore it. He walked to Locks with an expressionless face and sat down. Since he learned the advanced, armed color domineering practice method from Locks, he began to deliberately maintain his relationship with the Whitebeard and the Golden Lion. There is no other reason. Locks is cunning and suspicious by nature. Yu doesn't want to be too close to Whitebeard and the others. This aroused Rox's suspicion. I lost the good opportunity to learn ordinary color and domineering for nothing. Although the Whitebeard and the Golden Lion have also awakened this ability. But compared to Locks, they are really not enough. Tisk, what a ungrateful little guy. Yes, I actually disdained the Whitebeard's win over. Isn't it just a little talent? What's so good at? I really don't know why Captain Locks asked an intern to attend such an important cadre meeting. That's right, maybe this kid is probably a spy sent by the Navy. After the cadres saw Yu, the face showed disdain and sneering expressions. Isn't it just to defeat a Kaido? Isn't he just very handsome? Isn't it just a little talent? Is this worthy of being on par with us? This is the Rocks Pirates. Want to get ahead? It depends on fists and strength. Good talent. It's a waste if you can't keep up with your strength. In the eyes of these cadres, Yu is just a lucky person who is lucky enough to be favored by Locks, Whitebeard and Golden Lion. If the shelter of these three people is lost, maybe I was killed in the previous battle. And during the battle these days, Rocks has never let Yu take action. This deepened their thinking. This also directly leads to this group of cadres became increasingly rejected and isolated. Only big katakana middle dot mom. Only then did I truly understand the terribleness of Yu. This boy is a real monster, who is even more terrifying than her. Since the day of defeat, she always kept fear of Yu. Even if you encounter it by chance on weekdays, they will also take the initiative to retreat. However, Yu didn't care about the hostility of everyone. The dark eyes flashed with cold light under the reflection of the bonfire. He actually knew it very well. In this situation, it is exactly what Rocks, the old otaku, wants to see the most. The reason is very simple. Locks didn't want Yu to get too close to these guys. Yu is now stronger. There is no interest in other people and things at all. Not to mention, the entire Rocks Pirates is full of erotic or woozy. Seeing all the people arrived, Locks nodded at Yu with satisfaction. Obviously, he was very satisfied with the latter's behavior of ignoring Whitebeard's win over. Then he stood up with a grim smile. In a week in that New World naval branch has been destroyed by us. Now there are only two branches of G5 and G1, hanging alone before the Red Clay continent. As long as these last two branches are eradicated, New World will completely become the world of our Rocks Pirates. And after this battle, our name, Rocks Pirates, will surely resound throughout the world. Long live the captain. Everyone cheered and cheered when they heard this. Locks is right. This shocking and crazy move of driving the Navy out of the New World. It is indeed enough to make everyone present resound throughout the world. Wealth and fame. For this group of desperate people, it has always been a fatal temptation to give up life. Hee ha 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 ha. Silver Axe shouted loudly, I didn't expect that the Navy, which is usually arrogant, would be so vulnerable. Do you dare believe there are several naval branches that actually fled directly after hearing the news of our attack? Wang Ji smirked and agreed, I have said a long time ago that the Navy is a fucking coward. That's right, the Navy is just a watchdog raised by the Tianlong people. No matter how powerful it is, isn't it still a dog? Ha ha ha. The cadres burst into laughter. Captain Locks, we are getting closer and closer to Red Clay continent now. John, who is most obsessed with treasure among the people? A pair of triangular eyes burst out with greed light. He stood up excitedly and said, why you take us to kill Sanctuary Marichoa directly? P.S. Thank you to the 3 monthly tickets of the 100 ****366 inches boss, I am very grateful. Chapter 28 is carp suitable to be your opponent. Hiss. A sound of gasping in the air suddenly came from the scene. Everyone was frightened by John's crazy idea. But then, on the faces of these people, but he demonstrated the crazy look of the same passion and greed as John. Captain, the legend says that there are countless rare treasures in the sacred land Marichoa. Even if we only get a little bit, it is enough to live a life of immortality without worry about food and clothing for the rest of our lives. John's words fell. Other cadres responded one after another. You should know the wealth of the dragon people. It can't be described by simply saying, rich can rival a country. Just imagine it. That's enough to make these outlaws go crazy. Man dies of money. Birds die for food. Yiyu looked at the group of idiots who were blinded by wealth and victory. I couldn't help but sneer. Not to mention that it has been hidden deep in Pangu City. The unknown big boss I am. Just 5 old stars. Each one has at least the strength of Zhangwang level. Otherwise, I will definitely not be able to sit in that position. And Lox really has the confidence to kill Mary Joa. I'm afraid it's flattened there long ago. Sitting on the Void King sit and becoming the lord of the world. It's still used 1 year later. Put all one's eggs in one basket. Gather all the troops to attack God's Valley. Don't talk nonsense there. At the critical moment, Whitebeard was still relatively sober and shouted with a serious expression. Do you really think that the Navy and the World ZF are having a good time? Not to mention how powerful combat power there is in the Tianlong People's Lair. Red Clay Continent is 10,000 meters high. Now that guy Ski is not here to carry out his mission. Without his ability, do you have to climb up? Just this sentence. The excited cadres were suddenly like a deflated ball. Quiet again. Oh, it's a pity that such a good opportunity. Yes, it would be great if Ski was here. We could definitely kill him unexpectedly. But there are indeed a few troublesome guys in the Navy, especially the Iron Fist Cap. After hearing Cap's name, everyone showed fearful expressions on their faces. No way. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree. Cap can be said to be the most popular navy in recent decades. Those present, except for Lox and Whitebeard, almost all of them were chased and hammered by Cap. In the Warring States period, Zepha, he, and the Carbon Kong who was the marshal. They are all tough characters that are not easy to mess with. Especially Cylinder Empty. Even Lox must take it seriously. That's what I'm going to say. At this time, Lox suddenly spoke. The reason why the Navy has not launched a counterattack these days is probably because it is ready to in front of Red Clay Continent decide your life and death with us. Quote. At that time, naval powerhouses like the Warring States of Buddha, Iron Fist Cap, and Black Wrist Zepha will definitely make their debut. Everyone cheered me up. The real battle is coming soon. Lox, fierce eyes swept across everyone one by one. The eyebrows are full of confidence that must be obtained. Don't worry, Captain, we Rock's pirates will win this battle. The cadres shouted with different thoughts. Yiyu watched coldly throughout the whole process. Until the cadre meeting ends. Everyone dispersed. Yiyu looked at Lox and said, this is the highlight you are talking about. What, are you scared? A cunning light flashed in Rock's pupils, and he smiled meaningfully. I have set up the stage for you. Whether you can make a big splash depends on your own ability. Perhaps others don't know Yiyu's strength. But Lox knew it better. He had never let Yiyu take action before. On the one hand, it is to intensify the conflict between Yiyu and other cadres. This forced the boy to be loyal to him. On the other hand, it is to let Yiyu show off his skills in the duel with the naval powerhouses. Thus, he won a bounty comparable to a great pirate in one fell swoop. In this way, Lox can openly promote Yiyu to become a cadre. The talented Yiyu. In Lox's heart, it seems that it can overcome all obstacles. Help him clear out all the divine weapons that are obstructed on the road of King. Lox can't wait. I want Yiyu to shine. You mean, let me choose one of the Navy Iron Triangles as an opponent? The iron triangle, mentioned by Yi Yu. It is not a combination of warring states, Cap, and Crane, that was circulated in later generations. But the three toughest guys, warring states period, Carp, and Zephyr. Yi Yu wants to fight with him the most. Of course, after the Battle of Gods. The naval legend hero Cap, who is praised by the world, has been on the altar. Carp, who is 40 years old this year. Although it has not yet fully grown into the combat power ceiling of the future pirate world. But the strength has reached its peak. Yi Yu wants to fight with Carp. Test yourself. Look at the gap between him and the top combat power. How big is it? Only by recognizing one's own shortcomings. Only with his strength can he improve by leaps and bounds. After all, it's time for Yi Yu to prepare. Not much anymore. A great choice, Carp is really suitable for your opponent. I have to say. Lox is really good at observing people's hearts. Just from the changes between Yi Yu's eyebrows. Then I guessed the result directly. I patted Yi Yu's shoulder with satisfaction. Rox left a passage with deep meaning before leaving. Tomorrow, show your talents. This battle is just my first step in dominating the world. The real big deal is coming soon. Chapter 29 Fusion ability appears again. Boom. 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 The roar of artillery fire echoed outside the Navy G5 branch. Young guys, rush up and kill it. Lox stood at the bow of the ship with great enthusiasm. The big hand waved. Several pirate ships suddenly accelerated. At the same time, rushing towards the coast. And Lox's cunning and fierce look. He kept scanning the naval fleet surrounding the island. As he had guessed before. The navy headed by Cylinder Air. Advantageous forces have been gathered here in advance. The purpose is. I want to catch all the Rox pirates that have penetrated deep into the hinterland. But such a beautiful dream. How could Rox make it come true? Open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket soon, we're meeting again. Lox looked at the figure of the sky on the coast from afar and grinned. Lox, today is your death date. I must kill you this time. Seeing that the other party was so arrogant, Corrosive Ghost gritted his teeth with hatred, and immediately waved his hand and ordered, all people obey orders. All pirates, kill them on the spot. Leave that bastard Lox to me to deal with. The whole army attacks. As the words fell. Cylinder Sora's sturdy figure has already stepped on the moon step into the sky. He rushed towards the location where Lox was. The narrow scar under his left eye. It was left by Lox. This is a shame that Cylinder will never let go of in her whole life. Now the enemy meets. Extremely jealous. Next second. 4x. The figures of Rox and Cylinder Kong collided in midair. Even the clouds above the sky. They were all split under the terrifying pressure of the two. Kill. Suppress Rox pirates. For the sake of justice, kill all the pirates. The strong men in the navy were also like a torrent of steel. Then he fought forward. Gulalalala. The white beard jumped off the bow of the boat. In his hand, he was so angry that he paused towards the ground. Boom. The ground of the entire island actually fluctuated violently. The admirals rushed towards us. He suddenly fell and fell. In a mess. I'm not interested in paying attention to you group of fish now. The white-bearded narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked straight at a figure standing behind the naval camp, shouting. Warring states period, you cunning guy, why don't you come here and fight me with me quickly? HMPH, white beard, you don't yell there. The warring states period's face darkened. He reached out and pulled off the general's cloak. Step forward. A golden light suddenly appeared behind him. A huge golden Buddha suddenly appeared. Majestic and solemn, and cleanse sins. I must catch you in Propulsion City this time. White Beast, just wait to spend the rest of your life miserably in level 6 katakana middle. Infinite hell. Gulalalala. The white beard smiled heroically, and a white halo appeared on the iron fist that was accumulating strength. Then you have to have that ability too. Open black lens bracket sky shock close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The impact of Buddha. Close black lens bracket. Facing a strong man like Whitebeard. The Warring States period did not dare to be careless at all. The golden giant palm front end. Suddenly, a bright and flawless wave of light appeared. Boom 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 boom. When two powerful forces collided with each other, the terrifying aftermath broke out. The ground around directly exploded inch by inch. And those unlucky guys who were slightly closer, it will directly turn into a pool of blood mist in the aftermath. Extremely terrifying. Locks vs. Cylinder empty. Whitebeard vs. Warring States period. Crane vs. Charlotte Lingling. Z-Phase alone stopped John, Wang Ji and Silver Axe. Although one fights three. But he was not at all at a disadvantage. The heyday of Zephyr. It is indeed worthy of the name of Black Wrist. That's it. The battle between the Navy and the Rocks pirates is fully launched. Yi Yu was not in a hurry to take action at this moment. First, his opponent, Garp, has not appeared yet. Second, when he stepped onto the island where the G5 branch was located, the system prompt sound actually sounded again. Ding, the Navy G5 branch, where you can sign in was detected. Is the host signed in? Close black lens bracket. Yi Yu, sign in now. Ding, sign in successfully, congratulations to the host on receiving the reward, Advanced Navy Style 6. Close black lens bracket. It turned out to be the Navy's 6th style. Yi Yu felt the 6 styles skills that suddenly filled his mind, and he couldn't help but feel excited. 6 styles is a advanced physical technique developed to exceed the limits of human physical energy. Not only has extremely powerful power, it can also greatly improve the physical fitness of the practitioner. For Yi Yu, it's simply perfect. Clenched both fists. He already felt his power, speed, and explosive power. All of them have been further strengthened. It's no exaggeration to say. Now even if you face John, Silver Axe and others, Yi Yu also has the confidence to win completely. However, for Yi Yu, open black lens bracket 6 styles close black lens bracket the real help is not just that. Although finger gun, iron block, and ranjiao, it is not very useful for Yi Yu. But shaving and Yubu provide him with stronger mobility. It has great practicality. However, just as Yi Yu was about to search for Karp's figure in the crowd, the system prompt sounded again. Ding, the system detected that the advanced 6 style shaving, mastered by the host can be integrated with the 3-dimensional movement capability. Is the host integrated? Close black lens bracket. After Yi Yu was stunned for a moment, he chose to integrate without hesitation. You must know. The last time the system showed a fusion prompt, it can be to directly integrate his seeing, hearing, color demineeringness, and pre-reading abilities. And awakening in advance, he developed a magical skill that can briefly predict the future. Yi Yu relies on this ability. Fighting against Big Katakana Middle. Mom almost shocked Locks and the other two. So, Yi Yu was very curious. This time, what special abilities will the system provide him? Chapter 30 Instant Step, the Cicada and the Sex. Ding, congratulations to the host, the ability fusion is successful, and currently obtains, Advanced Katakana Middle. Instant Step. Note 1, Instant Step comes from, Death, a skill that can quickly move the body instantly, and can move to the other party's side or further away at a speed that the other party cannot see. Ding, congratulations to the extra host of the Suzu for obtaining the passive skill, Empty Cicada. Tip, it will automatically take effect when using Instant Step. Note 2, Empty Cicada is a technique of escape and attack. The effect is that during fast movement, the visual afterimage makes the enemy mistakenly believe that the user has been stabbed. In fact, it was just pierced through the outer layer of clothes, and the user successfully escaped. Quote, it turned out to be the step in death. Yi Yu couldn't wait to open the system panel and laughed happily after confirming the abilities above. Open black lens bracket strongest sign in system close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket host, Yi Yu close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Age, 17 years old. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ability template, Hungry Wolf. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Current progress, 89%. Close black lens bracket. Skills: I Flow, Water Rock Breaking Fist, Whirlwind Iron Chopping Fist, Juxtaposition Dragon Killing Fist, Instant Step Passive Empty Cicada Thunder Gossip, Elbuffs Gun Katakana Middle. Wio, Chopping Wave, Lion Katakana Middle. Chizagu. Template. Additional passive characteristics: Breathing Method, Super Learning Ability, Combat Continuation, Near-Death Breakthrough, Stronger and Stronger in Combat, Adaptability. Open black lens bracket. Armed Color Domineering, Advanced Close black lens bracket. Seeing and Hearing Domineering Spirit, Advanced, Awakening and Predicting the Future. Open black lens bracket. Ordinary Color Domineering, Intermediate Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Naval 6 Styles, Advanced Close black lens bracket. Although overall, there has not been much change. But the appearance of Instant Step and Empty Cicada. Undoubtedly, while maximizing the maneuverability for Yu. He also provided him with a blood-locking hang. You must know. With the blessing of many perverted abilities such as Nearly Death Breakthrough, Fight Continue, and War Better in Hungry Wolf template. As long as Yu is not killed directly. No matter who you face. He has the opportunity to turn the tables against the wind. Now there is the ability of Calaxy. It's enough to get him on the opposite side like Rox, Whitebeard, Roger, Cap and other top powerhouses. Become more relaxed. Yiyu's smart eyes began to hang among the powerful navy. Searching for Carp's figure. He could not wait to have a refreshing battle with Carp. But at this moment, a beautiful figure in the navy camp. But he had already set his sights on Yiyu. That handsome guy has been standing next to Lox since the beginning. I guess he should be a good talent and Lox is preparing to focus on cultivating. If I catch him, I believe Rox will definitely be extremely annoyed. Thinking about it here. Gion, a genius swordsman who has become a major in the Navy headquarters at the age of 19. Then he mentioned the famous sword of Jin Chen and Guan Jun. He rushed towards Yiyu quickly. Didn't that guy Cap come? Yiyu squinted his eyes and glanced around. But there was no sign of Carp. I couldn't help but feel a lack of interest. At this time, the strong men in the Navy already had their own opponents. He's coming to grab someone now. Obviously not suitable. Then let's take a look first. Yiyu's cold eyes glimpsed the long-legged girl who had rushed to her eyes. Then, just chose to ignore it directly. Turn your attention to the battlefield again. Gion was immediately angry to death when he saw this. Silver teeth are chewed. His fair and beautiful, sexy face was full of anger. Isn't this kid too crazy? Dare to ignore yourself. As one of the few swordsman geniuses in the Navy, the Garden can be said to be well known. With her own talent and strength. At a young age. Then he entered the realm of Sword Master. He even became the major of the headquarters. Even if you look at the history of the Navy, the Garden is also worthy of the word, genius. Even Lieutenant General He, known as the new generation of think tanks of the Navy. They all love her very much. He even directly adopted the Garden as his elder sister. However, this unknown young man in front of him. He dared to ignore her. Anger surged in the heart of the Garden. But Jin Chen Cho K Mazd suddenly unsheathed. A arrogant guy, go to die for me. The silver teeth in the Garden were clenched tightly, and while the famous knife in his hand was slashed, he shouted in anger, I am flowing and blowing snow. Call. The cold light rose up. The sword energy instantly turned into colorful snowflakes. He whistled towards Yiyu. The air around seemed to have dropped a few degrees at this moment. It makes people feel chilled. Boom. The blizzard of sword energy shattered and burst out. The smoke rose into the sky. HMPH, this is the courage to ignore the fate of this girl. The Garden raised his chin proudly. However, the words were finished. A big hand was already pressed on her head. Yeah. An unrivaled huge force passed down. The white long legs in the garden trembled suddenly. Next second, the whole person actually collapsed on the ground. Oh! The garden let out a wailing cry, struggling to get up. But I don't want to. Yiyu actually treated her as a leather chair, sitting straight on her back. Damn bastard, get off my shin. The garden was so embarrassed that it was full of anger, and she looked magnificent, wishing that Yiyu could be cut into pieces. However, what responded to her was, bang, quote, I want to kill you. Feeling the scorching pain coming from behind. How could the garden not know where the beating was? Almost crazy at the moment. A scream of indignation was made. Bang. Garden. Bastard, you. Bang. Garden. I. Bang. Garden. Woo. Bang. The garden was beaten to tears. And he was crying sadly. As a beautiful girl from heaven. When has the garden been so humiliated? No matter where I went in the past. She is the focus of all male pursuits. I have been praised and flattered. But today. But she experienced the feeling of being a new person under Yiyu's slap. The garden really wants to kill Yiyu now. But at this moment. But she didn't dare to say even a word. Because. This bastard who doesn't know how to be polite. The beating hurts so much. The garden could only secretly remember Yiyu's appearance in his heart. And swear one day. Yiyu must be killed with his own hands. Be honest, or you will be killed. Yiyu put down his hand and said lightly with an expressionless face. The beautiful woman in summer has no at all attractive to him. The dark eyes were cast into the battlefield again. Now. The battle on the coast has entered a white-hot stage. P.S. Thank you for the 100-point reward from the boss. 136 ***** 361. I am very grateful. Chapter 31 Women will only delay my speed of becoming stronger. Gulalalala. The white beard laughed boldly and said, the warring states period, I can't tell. Your growth has been quite big during this period. His arms suddenly expanded. The white beard held tightly Kongyan cut and began to accumulate strength. A white halo suddenly appeared on the head of the knife. Boom. The extremely fierce slash swept out. The air suddenly exploded. The powerful vibration force stirred up a terrifying wave of air like a hurricane. With a storm of mountains and seas. Sweeping away towards the golden body warring states period. White beast, this is the Navy's territory, and you can't let it be presumptuous. The warring states period let out a roar. The golden giant palm pushed forward. The front-end jade plate-shaped shock wave directly hit the shocking air wave. Rumble. The shocking explosion rushed into the sky. The terrifying aftermath caused the entire island to tremble. This is the battle between the top strong people in the world. The abilities of physical skills and devil fruit are perfectly integrated. Yiyu sat on the sofa of Roop Che Gun watching the game and still felt excited. Compared to the perfunctory guy in midair. The battle between Whitebeard and the warring states period is worthy of being called a life and death battle. Yiyu will have all the firepower, super learning ability. Just like a scholar who is extremely eager for knowledge. In the battle between the Whitebeard and the warring states period. Crazy absorbing, nutrients. Yiyu, you kid really don't know how to be polite to the fragrance and jade. During the gap between fighting with Cylinder, Lox looked at Yiyu and laughed loudly. Why would you catch a woman like this beautiful, why not just grab it and enjoy it slowly? Woman, it will only delay my speed of becoming stronger. Yiyu raised his head and retorted faintly, what's more, I'm only 17 this year. After saying that, he ignored Locke's jokes. Continue to watch the battle attentively. And Cylinder Kongzai listened to the conversation between the two. There were many questions in my heart. Why did Rox pay so much attention to a teenager? The same moment. The other side Zephyr fought with John, Wangji and Silver Axe. It is also constantly upgrading. Zephyr fights against 3 with 1. At the beginning, I was able to deal with it calmly with my rich combat experience. Keep a trend of not falling behind. But the cunning John and the other 3. But then changed the tactics. From the beginning, It turned into a kite-flying horse sneak attack. This made Zephyr very uncomfortable. Have to use armed color domineering to cover the whole body. Leave no blind spots. The reason why Zephyr is called Black Wrist. It is because his armed domineering aura has already been cultivated to an extremely powerful level. Looking at the entire Navy. Except for their teacher, Cyborg, empty. I'm afraid it's only that guy. You can compete with him on armed color domineering. So even if the whole body covers a lot of money, it's nothing to Zephyr. Open black lens bracket black wrist close black lens bracket. This guy is really difficult to deal with. Seeing that his attack was blocked again, Silver Axe couldn't help but look angry. Although the three of them took turns to raid and consume. But Zephyr relies on the powerful maneuver of shaving and moonstep sex. And the entanglement and exterior of high-level armed color domineering. The three of them suffered a lot. Damn it, we are exhausted from fighting to death here, but that little devil is sitting there and enjoying the fruits. John stared at Yu with resentment and sneered sinisterly, Lox is really biased. Yes, I've been disliked by that little guy for a long time. Wang Ji said with disdain, isn't it just because of Lox, protection? I want to see how that guy Lox will protect him after he returns. All three of them could see it. Lox intends to train Yu to become a cadre. But for them, one more cadre. It means that their interests will be divided up again. And Yu is in their eyes. He is just an intern who has just joined for 3 months. Is it worthy of being on par with them? Yu didn't know. John and the other two were already secretly thinking about him. But even if you know, he probably won't care. No one offends me. I'm not a criminal. If someone offends me, cut the weeds and remove the roots. With Yu's current strength. Unless John the three joined forces. Otherwise, no matter which one you took out. Not enough to watch. Damn it, who is that boy? The garden is not his enemy. After discovering the experience of the distant garden. First, I was shocked and confused. Then he became furious. It is simply unforgivable to actually do such evil deeds to the sister of the garden. But at this moment, big katakana middle dot mom's chuckling suddenly rang in his ears. Mama hey, how dare you distract yourself from fighting with me? I've suffered. His face suddenly changed drastically. It's too late to dodge. Experts fight. The outcome is often only in a moment. Big katakana middle dot mom keenly captured the moment when Crane was distracted. The big knife in his hand accumulates strength and fires. A powerful blow inherited from the giant kingdom swept out. Open black lens bracket or buffs gun katakana middle dot weo close black lens bracket. Boom. Although the crane covered its entire body with armed color domineering at a critical moment. But it was still bombarded. He only stopped his body after smashing through several buildings in succession. Momo. Big katakana middle dot mom followed closely behind while stepping on the thunder clouds, looked down at Crane condescendingly and said, that little girl is really stupid. Who is she going to provoke? She has to take the initiative to provoke that monster Yu. It's the greatest luck that he didn't kill directly. He was shocked when he heard this. The person who can make the monster big katakana middle dot mom called it a monster. How terrible is it? And she also noticed. Big katakana middle dot mom is prompting Yu's name. A deep fear appeared in his eyes. No. It may be more appropriate to describe it as fear. The crane can see it. Big katakana middle dot mom is really afraid of that boy named Yu. But what made her even more confused and puzzled? Where did Yu come out? In theory. A strong man like this who is enough to make big katakana middle dot mom feel scared. It is impossible to be unknown on the sea. Then why before this? The Navy has never collected any news about Yu. Besides, this kid looks too young, right? P.S. Thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the boss, 136 ***** 361. Thank you very much. Chapter 32 Cap appears, with the ultimate speed. Momo. Big katakana middle dot mom grinned and sneered in a ferocious sneer. Crane, it's time to settle the grudge between us today. The words fell. Big katakana middle dot mom held the big knife tightly in both hands. Begin to accumulate strength. The terrifying pressure is rising. Although he has always shown himself as a think tank at the Navy headquarters. But the strength cannot be underestimated at all. Let me ask. In the era of the great pirates, he can become a iron triangle that runs side by side with the Warring States period and Cap. And chased the woman who ran around Mingay. How can strength be weak? Even if you can't reach the general level. He is definitely at the peak of elite lieutenant general. Big katakana middle dot mom, whose strength has not yet officially entered its peak period. In past battles. I don't know how many times I've lost to the Crane. That's why I'm so eager to kill the other party to vent my anger. Don't think of success. His pupils shrink rapidly, feeling that he was locked and unable to escape. Now let your heart go. The whole body is covered with armed color domineering. The ability to cleanse fruits is ready to go. Prepare to fight to the death with big katakana middle dot mom. However, just as the big sword in big katakana middle dot mom's hand was about to be cut down. A sturdy figure. It rushed from below like lightning. In the blink of an eye. Then he came to big katakana middle dot mom. Bang. The iron fist wrapped around the powerful, armed color domineering was smashed down. Big katakana middle dot mom hasn't reacted yet. The whole person had already flew backwards like a cannonball. Hit hard under the ground. Ha 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 ha. Cap fell to his side and leaned forward and said, Xiaohei, the last time I saw you in such a mess, it was when I was in the recruit training camp. Close. He gave Cap a blank look and said angrily, You came out so late, aren't you afraid of Kong Shuai's punishment? Thesi just overslept. Garp scratched his head awkwardly. Then he looked at Lox who was bombarding against Cylinder in the air. A hot fighting spirit broke out in his eyes. Xiaohei, I'll leave that greedy girl to you first. That guy Lox ruined my pursuit of Roger, the account I have to work hard to find him today. As the words fell, Carp kicked hard. Boom. A deep pit suddenly collapsed on the ground. And Cap's figure suddenly jumped into the sky. He rushed towards the location where Lox was. Overlord of the Sea. The world's strongest. These two names of Lox alone. That's enough to make Cap star-in-law. Today, this sea. There are very few pirates who can make him Iron Fist Cap interested. And Lox. It's definitely the one he ranks first. Cap, when will you learn to be less reckless? He complained helplessly. Then his eyes turned to the opposite side. Big katakana middle dot mom just crawled out of the pit with a look of horror. Even if it is called steel balloon. But under the iron fist of Capna who blessed the powerful armed color domineering. He was also beaten to the point of vomiting blood. He looked confused. I'll get rid of you later. He decisively gave up the idea of finishing off the big katakana middle dot mom. She is not Cap. There is no way to kill the opponent with one blow. On the contrary, the garden. The position in the Crane's heart is even more important. Seeing Yi Yu insulting her sister like that. The Crane suddenly became murderous. Immediately rushed to Yi Yu with murderous intent. Open black lens bracket purification and wash close black lens bracket. Can turn people into freshly dried clothes. And purify the mind's washing fruits ability to instantly activate. But the next moment. He exclaimed in shock. What? Eliminated disappear. I saw the boy who was sitting upright on the back of the garden. It suddenly disappeared. But what really shocked the Crane? Her sense and domineering aura did not sense the other party's movements at all. It's like it disappeared out of thin air. Even if you practice 6 styles katakana middle dot shaving to the extreme, you cannot achieve such an effect, right? He suddenly felt cold sweat. This kid's speed. It's almost to the extreme. At the same time. In the air. Lox, you absolutely can't escape this time. Cap pedaled moon step and approached quickly. A terrifying wave broke out from the dark iron fist. It's a pity that I'm not the one who fought with you this time. Lox laughed calmly and said, there is a newcomer who just joined. I really want to learn about your fists. Newbie. Cylinder Kong frowned when he heard this. I have a bad feeling in my heart. He knew very well. Lox will never be aimless. But it is said that a newcomer can stop Garp. I don't believe it if I beat you to death. Stop looking down on others here, my goal is you. An angry look appeared on Cap's face. In his opinion, Rox just wanted to take the opportunity to give his newcomers a bounty. Such despicable means were not uncommon in the past. Cap even felt. These lieutenant generals and even generals. In Locke's eyes. Could it be just a point budgeting machine? However, Cap's voice had just fallen. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost. It seems to come out of thin air. So fast. Cap's face changed drastically. He didn't even sense the other party's speed. Driven by instinctive reactions, he smashed it directly without thinking. Open black lens bracket iron fist close black lens bracket Cap, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yi Yu smiled. Wrapped in powerful, armed color domineering fists. Then he fought hard with Cap's iron fist. Chapter 33, Is this a newcomer? Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. In the blink of an eye. Yi Yu and Cap actually had dozens or hundreds of punches. The terrifying explosion never stopped. The unique dark red liquid lightning flashes of high-level, armed color domineering collided. Breaking shock wave. The air was filled with waves of violent air like a hurricane. And the momentum that erupted from the two of them. It's terrifying. Even the strong men fighting around. I couldn't help but look moved. Yay you. Hey, it's true, that kid is actually fighting against Carp. Impossible, he is just an intern, how could he be so strong? John, Wang Ji and Silver Axe were shocked. Yi Yu can actually fight Capo back and forth. Incredible. The three of them were facing Cap. But it was all the tragic situation of a child with one punch. Except for running away with your head in your arms. If you become too stubborn with Carp. It doesn't exist at all. What's ridiculous is. They were also preparing to attack Yi Yu before. The three of them until now. Finally I understand why Lox attaches importance to Yi Yu so much. This is only 3 months. This kid's growth rate is too terrifying, right? Is this guy really a human? The entire battlefield. It was actually because of Yi Yu's sudden action. And there was a stagnation in an instant. Is this the newcomer in Lox's mouth? The Warring States period, Zepha, and he were all confused at this moment. I was shocked endlessly. Someone actually used physical skills to fight Caps head-on. We are about to look at the entire Rox Pirates. Can achieve this kind of tolerance. It should be only Rox, Whitebeard and Golden Lion. Didn't see big katakana middle. Mom. Did you just get knocked out by Carp with one punch? Who is this little devil? How can you call a newcomer? Stop making trouble. If this is a newcomer. What are those guys in the boot camp? Chicken or waste? Besides. Is this kid too young? Now. Let alone the Navy. Even members of the Rox Pirates. They were all in a state of being shocked and dropped. On the faces of the formal crew and cadres. All of them were disbelief and shocked. Newcomer. Intern. Many people even began to doubt. These two words that have always been used to describe the weaker. Has it been reused to define the strongman? Only Kaido silently wiped away the tears of envy. He raised his mace and shouted, Brother Yi Yu, awesome. You're a newcomer. Cap's eyes were solemnly distanced from Yi Yu. The tone was full of doubt. Yi Yu's strength was much beyond his expectations. Cap never expected it. The physical skills and armed color domineering of the boy in front of him. It can be so powerful. Although slightly inferior to him. But Cap didn't take any advantage. Besides, Yi Yu's youthfulness made Caper feel creepy. At this age. But it cannot be compared with Yi Yu at all. No wonder that Guy Rox would be assured to let this newcomer stop him. The boy in front of him. In the future, he will definitely become a monster that is no less than Lox. Although Yi Yu showed his head and feet for the first time. But Cap was in his heart. But it directly affected Yi Yu's danger. Upgraded to the same level as the Whitebeard and Golden Lion. Even higher than the first two. After all, Yi Yu is still in his growth stage now. No. We must never allow this disaster-level newcomers to grow up. Only by throwing Yi Yu into Propulsion City. Only then can Carp feel at ease. Make up your mind. Cap's eyes suddenly became fierce. An unprecedented serious look appeared on his face. Pirate, let me use the iron fist full of justice to make you regret it. A stronger aura suddenly broke out from Cap. The armed color domineering aura wrapped around the fist has also been greatly enhanced. The extremely fierce iron fist. Carrying a violent momentum. It suddenly hit Yi Yu. Are you finally serious? Yi Yu's eyes were like torches, and his horns showed an excited smile. Only Carp went all out. Only then can he gain more skills and experience in battle. Get a greater improvement. Moreover, the two of them belong to the physical technique flow. Yi Yu finally got a fight with great pleasure today. Facing Cap's violent fist. Yi Yu did not retreat but advanced. Ola 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 ola. His hands suddenly turned into countless streams of blue water. Fight up with a strange force. Flowing water rock broken fist vs extreme iron fist. The battle between Cap and Yebishi has been escalated in full. Regardless of speed. Still power. All have been raised to a height that ordinary people cannot reach in their lifetime. In the eyes of everyone. Only two phantoms were seen constantly colliding with each other. The terrifying aftermath that came out of nowhere. The area where the two of them were directly transformed into a purgatory on Earth. Many pirates and navy who cannot escape. My heart was broken. Bleeding in 7 orifices. Death is miserable. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly hid far away. For fear of being affected, as the battle continues. Cap's face became increasingly ugly. I don't know if it's an illusion. Cap actually felt that Yi Yu was getting stronger and stronger as he fought. The gap between the two is gradually narrowing. Isn't this scientific? And what kind of fist does this kid use? Not only can it weaken his attack strength. It also made Cap feel like he used all his strength but hit the cotton. Extremely uncomfortable. That boy. The Warring States period, Zephyr and others in the distance also noticed the abnormality here. All were inexplicably shocked. Lox actually recruited a powerful person of this level of physical skills. But before that, why have they never received any information about Yi Yu? Is he really a newcomer? Gulalalala. Whitebeard was also attracted by the fierce battles over Yi Yu, and laughed happily. I am really the guy the first like. In just 3 months. Yi Yu actually grew to this point. Whitebeard couldn't help but feel shocked. I'm afraid even a monster is not as scary as him, right? Why? What a pity. How great would it be if Yi Yu was willing to agree to be his family? Even if you don't be a son. Whitebeard made up his mind. After I go back, I must discuss it with Yi Yu. P.S. Thank you for the monthly votes voted by the boss. 158 ***** 88. I am very grateful. Chapter 34 8-Armed Demon Ape, this kid is cheating. Hee ha 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 ha. In the air, Lox retreated a little, and said to Koros Kong with a proud expression, how about it, the new recruit? I am very strong, right? Facing the powerful strength shown by Yi Yu. Lox looked relieved. Even quite proud. Sure enough. This slippery boy did not show his true strength on Honey Island. In Lox's view, Yi Yu did this clearly to avoid being promoted to a cadre. Others rob the position of cadres who have lost their heads. This kid is so indifferent. Lox was so angry that his teeth were itchy. Want to salt fish? Dream. How could I give you that kind of opportunity? Lox immediately made up his mind. Go back this time. No matter what he said, Yi Yu should be a cadre. Rox, who is this little devil? Open black lens bracket corrosive close black lens bracket Soka's face turned gloomy and his teeth were roaring. Don't even think of using a clumsy excuse like, newcomer, to deceive me. Can a newcomer who tied with carp do you think I'm a fool? Locke saw the angry look of Cylinder Sora. My mood was so refreshing that it was explosive. Son thief. You have today, too. I can't do anything if you don't believe me. But that boy you did join my pirate group 3 months ago. Besides. Locke pretended to be mysterious and lengthened his voice until Cylinder Kong's face turned into a pig's liver. He laughed and said. When he first came, he was a rookie who couldn't even use domstick. But his talent is so powerful that even I feel inferior to myself. I believe you have seen it now. So, I'll ask if you're afraid. Cylinder Sora's face changed drastically in an instant. Ignore Locke's ridicule. He looked down in horror and looked at Yu, who was fighting against Captain head-on with physical skills and dominant. Is this a fucking newbie who didn't even know how to dominating 3 months ago? Can humans really reach this level? Corsine Bone Kong's heart was shocked. If not seen with your own eyes. If it weren't for the fact that Rox didn't want to lie. Open black lens bracket Cylinder close black lens bracket so would never believe it no matter what. In this world. There is actually a guy with such a terrifying talent. If Yu is allowed to continue to grow. I'm afraid it won't take long. This little devil will enter the top ranks. Become a move in every move. It is a big figure who can make the entire sea tremble. Take time. Even he and Locke will be surpassed by him. When I think of this. Open black lens bracket corrosive bone close black lens bracket when you are in a blank stool, sweating profusely. Even his strong body trembled slightly. He finally understood. Why did Locke dare to make such a big fanfare? This war was launched against the Navy. It was all because of the appearance of Yu, the monster. It directly breaks the balance between the Navy and the Rox pirates in high-end combat power. Make Rox. Finally, I can let go of his ambitions. An unprecedented sense of crisis hits Korobot, empty heart. Locks, I will definitely not let your trick succeed. Open black lens bracket Cylinder close black lens bracket Soup's body suddenly burst out a terrifying wave. The body began to grow rapidly. 6 arms grew from behind at the same time. Animal system, monkey fruit, phantom beast species, 8-armed demon ape form. Roar. As soon as the huge demon ape appeared. Then he waved his 8 giant arms and attacked Rox frantically. Kong Shuai is angry. The Warring States period, Zephyr and others looked solemn. Although the size of the demon ape is as huge as a hill. But the speed is extremely fast. And power. It has been improved to the extreme. Even with a casual punch. It is enough to break the mountains. The terrifying momentum made the soldiers fighting below tremble with the pirates. Cylinder Kong had already made up his mind at this moment. No matter what the price is paid. To crush Rox, ambitions, too. Fortunately, though. Yu has not yet fully grown up. It shouldn't be difficult to kill. Cap, stop playing, hurry up and use all your strength to kill that newbie. Cylinder, the sound of the sky resounds like thunder across the battlefield. Everyone was shocked when they heard about it. What the hell happened? That would make the dignified Navy Marshal so lose his composure. Besides. The boy who fought against Carp. He is really a newcomer. Old man, I've been very serious all the time, okay. Cap's eyes were extremely solemn. He is now. I really experienced Yu's terrifying talent. Speed, power, consciousness, response speed, and body strength. Yu simply refreshed Cap's understanding of humanity. Cap is extremely sure now. Just give Yu a few more years. No. It won't be that long at all. 1 year even shorter. Yu will become a top presence that is no less than Whitebeard and Golden Lion. Now even if his master, Cylinder, doesn't speak. After realizing the danger of Yu. Have made up my mind. No matter what the price is paid. Everyone must kill Yu here. Boom. Carp's offensive has increased sharply. The momentum is extremely sharp. The ultimate world-class, armed color domineering. It was even released without reservation. Dark red liquid lightning bolts rage from his arms. It's like a dark thunder god. The momentum of the whole person. It even increased to an extremely terrifying level in an instant. Is this the ultimate of armed color domineering? Although Yi Yu was suppressed by Cap's new round of fierce offensive in an instant. But in the dark eyes. But it burst out with a more scorching light. Cap really deserves to be the combat power ceiling of the age of the great pirates. Whether it is physical skills or armed color domineering. All reached the top level. Yi Yu compared it. He is still a little inferior in strength. But the gap between the two. But it is being quickly pulled closer. Yi Yu relies on his extraordinary, super learning ability. Keep gains and breakthroughs in the battle. Strength in all aspects. All have made great progress and improvement. Even if the battle between the two is full of dangers. But such a happy battle. Yi Yu was completely excited. Cap is indeed the best candidate to test the results of his practice. A flash of excitement swept across the corners. Yi Yu believes that after this battle, he not only can recognize his true level. At the same time, the gap with rocks can be calculated. The most important thing is, he will become stronger than before. Drink. Yi Yu's aura surged. Predictory katakana middle dot domineering 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 katakana middle dot domineering. Many god-level passive abilities such as the more you fight, the stronger you become, fighting continuation, super learning ability, and adaptive have been successively activated and activated. The hands are like two sharp blades. It's so fast that it's unresponsive. It is as powerful as a swordsman. Even if you wave it from a distance. The whirlwind iron crushing fist that can also cut off the enemy turns into phantoms in the air. After fusing the powerful armed color domineering, he rushed forward to Cap's iron fist. Speed is even stronger. The offensive is even more fierce. Passively being beaten is never Yi Yu's character. Tear. Cap was caught off guard. A wound was cut through the shoulder by a sharp wind blade. Blood splattered out. Fisting that can emit sword energy. Facing Yi Yu, who was getting stronger and stronger in the battle, Cap's face finally changed. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this kid cheating? Why are you getting stronger again?" Chapter 35. The more you fight, the stronger you become, and the battlefield is unbalanced. In the air. Kor's Kong, who transformed into the 8-armed demon ape, was always paying attention to the battle between Cap and Yi Yu. When he sees Yi Yu actually became stronger and stronger in the fight against humanity. And in the battle. Continuously narrowing the gap in strength with Carp. From previous disadvantages. It turns to the current situation when the current situation is equal. Open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket so can no longer remain calm. I was shocked in my heart. Is this kid really a human? What kind of talent is this? By comparison. Genius, rising stars like the park in the Navy. It suddenly became dull. Even Cap's talent is so powerful that it is too powerful. In front of Yi Yu. They are obviously pale in comparison. Think about it here. Kor's Kong couldn't help but feel the intention of killing Yi Yu with his own hands. He can't let this monster grow up. And continue to fight with rocks like this. It will only make the situation even more unfavorable to the Navy. However. Just when he was about to make a move. The offensive of Locks on the opposite side suddenly became fierce. No chance to stretch cylinder at all. Obviously. Locks had already noticed his thoughts. Hateful. Cylinder Kong was immediately furious, but he was unable to break through Locks' block. In the end, I could only spread all my anger on my disciples. Immediately roared at Cap below. Cap, what are you bastard? If you can't even handle a newcomer, I will remove you from your position as Lieutenant General when I go back. He ha 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 ha. When Lox heard this, he laughed gloatingly. Don't be so angry, Yu is not an ordinary newcomer. Rox, you bastard, I fought with you today. Cylinder Kong was almost pissed to death. He immediately waved his 8 giant arms and rushed towards Lox again with no chance. The battlefield below. The battle between Whitebeard and the Warring States period has also entered a white-hot stage. What the hell is that guy Cap dashing? The Warring States period used shock waves to force her Whitebeard to retreat, glanced at Cap who was trapped in a stalemate in the distance, and murmured to himself. If this continues, the G5 branch may not be able to be saved. The concerns in the Warring States period were not redundant. Although Cylinder successfully dragged Rox. But anyone can see it. Lox was not focused on fighting at all. In other words, this maritime overlord, who is the best in the military New World, is not serious at all. Instead, it was more like investigating the newcomer named Yu. Otherwise, just rely on one cylinder to be empty. Not enough to see it all. But even so, the current situation in the Navy is not optimistic at all. Although the Warring States period barely held back the Whitebeard with the powerful blessing of the Phantom Beast seed. But if this continues, defeat is a matter of time sooner or later. After all, compared to Whitebeard, the transformation in the Warring States period consumes more physical strength. Zephyr fought against John, Wangji and Silver Axe alone. There is no flaw in the clone at all. Lieutenant General Crane faced the crazy woman Big Katakana Middle Mom again. Not to mention Carp. It was hard to get a fight with that new guy, and the hot guy was coming. The Navy's high-end combat power is coming out. On the other hand, Rock's pirates. Except for the few mentioned earlier. There are also the captains with low numbers. And many cadres exist. Their strength cannot be ignored. Originally, the members of the Rock's pirates were all desperate people who were not afraid of death. Take action ruthlessly. Play hard. The situation on the battlefield. It has gradually become unbalanced. It began to develop in a direction that was beneficial to the Rock's pirates. This made the Warring States period extremely anxious. Warring States period, how dare you be distracted even if you fight me? The Whitebeard showed displeasure, and his arms were so curved that it began to accumulate strength, and his muscles suddenly became tangled. Buzz. A white halo containing the power of shock suddenly lingers on his iron fist. He punched him in an extremely violent way. Cracks visible to the eyes suddenly appeared in the atmosphere in front of Bebe. Immediately afterwards, the magnificent shock waves swept towards the Warring States period like a sea of ups and downs. The air around him vibrated. Hateful. The Warring States period did not dare to be careless at all, and the golden giant palm pushed out. The terrifying shock wave and shock wave collided violently. A powerful energy that destroyed the world suddenly burst out. Swipe out with 2 people at the center. Directly flatten everything within a radius of hundreds of meters. Even buildings and boulders were not spared. Countless pirates and navy were wailed and screamed as they were blown to the sky by the strong wind. Then they smashed into the ground like dumplings. Turned into a pool of blood and mud. Death is extremely miserable. When will I have such a powerful devil fruit? Kaido randomly hacked a naval colonel who attempted to attack him, and looked at Whitebeard and Warring States period with greed. Kaido is so emotional. Because he discovered that the gap between himself and Yu. It can no longer be reduced by hard work. Kaido believes that he is talented. But if it is compared with Yu, I'm afraid even if he can turn into a horse, he will not be able to catch up. In order not to be thrown too far, Kaido could only have a bad idea. Try to eat a powerful devil fruit. Let's make up for him and Yu's huge gap between them. I have to say, this is indeed the most effective method at this stage. In the original work, Kaido also ate fish and fish fruit. Only then did he gradually grow into the indestructible, the strongest creature in sea, land and air. Kaido turned to look to the other side. Yu was still fighting Cap frantically. The two of them played extremely fiercely. It's like turning on the outlaw mode. He completely ignored the other party's fist that hit him. Keep crazily blasting. Kaido was shocked. Tears of envy and admiration flowed in his eyes again. He didn't expect it. Iron Fist Cap, who can easily hammer his dog's head. There would be such a miserable day. Brother Yu, YYDS. Kaido shouted a slogan, raised his mace and rushed towards the navy ahead. High-end games can't be promoted. Naturally, he could only rely on the abuse of vegetables to express his gratitude. P.S. Thank you for the 100 VIP points rewarded by the boss. 136 ********** 361. I am very grateful. Thank you. Chapter 36. Is there any difference between the Navy and the pirates? Bang. Bang. Yu and Carp's fists hit each other's face at the same time. The two flew backwards at the same time. What? This is impossible. Cap rolled over and got up from the ground. I didn't bother wiping the blood on the horns at all. He exclaimed with horror. You, how did you know my moves? The reason why Carp is so out of control. It's because Yu hit him just now. And the blow he hit Yu. It's just the same move. It is his original fist bones and meteorite. The same boxing intention. The same pressure. The same power. Even the trajectory of the fist falling is exactly the same. It's as accurate as it was replicated. Cap even has many battles. At this moment, he was also confused and his head was buzzing. What the hell is going on? Could it be? Did this kid actually learn his unique skills in battle? Impossible. Is this too incredible? Cap was immediately frightened by this bold idea and sweated. You must know. He has only used this trick 3 times. Yu not only learned it. And it was also perfectly used. The power is not inferior. Is this guy really human? Cap looked at Yu with disbelief. I was shocked in my heart. It was early in the fight. He also thought he could easily crush this little ghost. But until now, Cap had already deeply experienced the horror of Yu's talent. Boy, with your talent like this, why should you follow Locks to help the evildoer? Cap stared at Yu with a complicated expression and said, if you are willing to abandon the darkness and join the Navy, I, Carp, are willing to guarantee with your life, you will never be subject to any targeting or punishment. Hiss. Cap's words came out. The entire battlefield suddenly became strangely quiet. Locks' pupils shrank. I felt uneasy. If Yu turned against him, then today I'll be having a big deal. The others were all at the same time. He focused his eyes on the proud young man. The Warring States period and he looked incredible. Based on their knowledge of Cap. Looking at the entire sea. The person who can make Carp say this. I'm afraid Yu is the only one. Even Roger, a newcomer, who privately appreciates Cap's relationship. No such treatment. This can be seen from this. How much Cap attaches importance to Yu. However. Haha, if you can't kill me, do you change to surrender? Yu stared at Cap opposite him without any appreciation and sneered, I'm not interested in being a watchdog for the Tianlong people. Cap's face suddenly became gloomy and he suppressed his anger and said, the Navy represents justice and it has nothing to do with the dragon. That being said. But everyone inside the Navy knew it. Originally, he was with Carp's strength and qualifications. He can be promoted to general together with the Warring States period and Zephyr. It is precisely because of the dislike of the Celestial Dragon people. Carp refused to get promoted. Continue to be his idle lieutenant general. It has nothing to do with the dragon. Represents justice. Yu seemed to have heard a ridiculous joke. A disdainful sneer swept over the horns. Then he said with a cold look. I saw the Navy ignore the villagers' requests for help and let the pirates slaughter the village. It's just because the country they are in is not a franchise of the world's ZF. If that's what you said, open black lens bracket justice close black lens bracket. Sorry, the justice that your Navy believes in is no different from garbage in my eyes. And we pirates will also protect villages and countries that pay the monthly payment on time. This seems to be no essentially different from the actions of your navy, right? As early as the beginning of Yiyu's journey, he witnessed the cruelty of this world with his own eyes. It is precisely because of this Yiyu resolutely agreed to the Whitebeard's invitation. And Cap can be said to be the least qualified person in the Navy to say the word justice. Because in the near future, he will take practical actions. Explain what double standards and hypocritical justice are. In order to help Roger save his wife and children, Cape indirectly killed countless pregnant women and newborn babies. What is the difference between him and those executioners whose hands are stained with blood? From that moment on, this naval hero who was praised by countless civilians on the altar. Then I am no longer worthy of this title. Not to mention, in the super war which is crucial to the Navy, the time I fought against Luffy. Such people are worthy of being righteous and righteous, saying that they represent justice. It's really ridiculous. Anyway, Cap was in Yiyu's heart. There is no favoritism at all. Not even a pirate like Rocks. At least one pirate won't be bothered and stand up. Well said. The pirates suddenly burst into shocking voices. Even Locks clapped his hands excitedly. Yiyu is really a fucking talent. I understand today. It turns out that the work we pirates do is exactly the same as the Navy. It's just that the name is different. His grandma's. Why can the Navy win both fame and fortune? But we pirates are notorious. The root cause of rushing love is actually because we are not eloquent. That's right. That's definitely that. After going back this time, Yiyu must be the first diplomatic spokesperson of the Rocks pirates. This eloquence is so awesome. Locks is now extremely fond of Yiyu. I wish I could rush back to Hive Island immediately. He taught Yiyu's dream of entanglement of ordinary color and domineering aura with all his skills. Facing the cheers and clamors of the pirates, the naval camp fell silent collectively. Even Lieutenant General He, who is known as the #1 think tank, and smart General Warring States period. There is no power to refute at this time. Some things seem to be glamorous and beautiful on the outside. But if the gorgeous coat is torn off, the inside is as despicable and dirty. Quote. Cap was immediately in silence. Yiyu's words deeply hurt him. Although I knew the other party was trying to make a point. But he was unable to refute it. But Yiyu said something is indeed correct. If the justice pursued by the Navy also distinguishes between paying money and not paying money, then can this really be called justice? It's at this moment. Cylinder Sora's angry scream suddenly came from the sky. Cap, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and kill that little devil for me, today He must die. P.S. Thank you for the monthly ticket of the 185 ******** 205 inches boss, I am very grateful. Chapter 37 Return of Life vs. Breakthrough of Boundaries. Cylinder Kong looked at the battlefield below and was immediately shocked and sweated. He could never have thought of it. In this life and death war, the Navy was actually shaken by Yiyu's simple words. If the pirates hadn't known how to seize the opportunity to counterattack, I'm afraid the naval camp is now facing a complete collapse. This damn newbie. Absolutely not to stay. Since you are so unrepentant, then be prepared to be killed. Cap came back to his senses and said in an extremely firm tone, I will never hold back in the next battle. Today you are destined to be unable to leave here alive. The words fell. His entire aura suddenly surged several times. Even the muscles on the arms. It also expanded several times. Whether it is power or speed, all of them were greatly improved in an instant. Kafis actually used Return of Life. After seeing this scene, the Warring States period, he and Zephyr saw it. All his face showed a look of shock. Return of Life belongs to the mystery of 6 styles. Although it can allow users to increase their combat power exponentially in a short period of time. But the negative effects are also obvious. At the least, you can know your physical strength. Severely, it will lose life. It can be said that it is a trick to kill 1,000 enemies and destroy 800 of them. The three of them share the same relationship with Cap. It's been many years. I know the best of Carp's strength. This is the first time they have seen Carp be forced to use Return of Life. It seems that in order to kill Yi Yu at the fastest speed, Cap also fought hard. Bang! Cap's figure disappeared directly from its original position. The next second. Then he appeared on Yi Yu's head. The iron fist wrapped around the rolling black thunder smashed down. Unparalleled momentum. However, Yi Yu's eyes flashed red. Have predicted it in advance. Use the flowing water rock broken fist with a lasting defense in your left hand. Use the tornado iron slash fist with a fast attack with your right hand. Turn around and use the secretory katakana middle dot Juya dragon killing fist to accurately fight. Boom. A terrifying aftermath broke out in the area where the two were. The entire island trembled violently. The ground was cracking inch by inch. Countless cracks spread outwards. What? Cap's face was stunned and his eyes were shocked. I can't imagine it. Yi Yu actually successfully took over his angry blow after using Return of Life. And just the moment when the two fists touch each other. Yi Yu's body. There have been earth-shaking changes. It seems that some boundary in the body is broken. The fishy red spiral markings condensed by murderous aura. It directly covers Yi Yu's entire upper body. Torn clothes. It was even more like two wings hanging behind his shoulders. Yi Yu's hair and eyes. It turned into the blood-red color of human beings. The power of the whole person. It's like a bloodthirsty and hungry wolf that makes people shudder. And the pressure on the body. It is still rising upwards at a speed visible to the naked eye. Extremely terrifying. After opening border breakthrough again. Yi Yu's speed and strength are rising every minute and every second. And different from the side effects of Return of Life. Yi Yu broke the limit and became stronger through his obsession with victory. So it will not have a negative impact on the body. Carp has never encountered an opponent who can suddenly become stronger in battle. I suddenly felt a shocking feeling. This guy. Is it really human? What, you don't think that you alone can use secret skills to improve your strength, right? Yi Yu sneered and sarcastically. But his attack did not stop at all. Secretary Katakana middle dot Jaoyalong killing fist swept across like a storm. Not giving Carp a chance to breathe at all. A fist that is enough to cut off the steel. The angle was extremely tricky and kept bombarding Carp's vital parts. He actually perfectly integrated the two exquisite boxing techniques before. At this moment, Cap could no longer hide the shock in his eyes, and even his voice trembled slightly. As one of the few physical skills powerhouses in the Navy, no one knows better than him. How difficult is it to use two boxing techniques at the same time? And it is still at this level of near perfection. This kid's talent. I'm afraid it has reached the point where it exceeds the limit of human beings. Feeling the terrifying power coming and going from both fists. Carp's forehead was filled with cold sweat and his face was horrified. Yi Yu's power and speed. It's actually more than 10 times higher than before. And the instant step used by Yi Yu even exceeded the limit of speed. The figure is like a ghost. Every time he dodges Carp's attack. Counterattack with clever angles. This is a bit sinister but extremely practical way of playing. It immediately made Caper feel like he wanted to be autistic. The wounds on the body continue to increase. The originally majestic Lieutenant General's uniform. It is now broken. It looks like a beggar. Cap's heart was extremely regretful. Why didn't I seize the opportunity before? The boy was just about to fight him head-on. Thus, Yi Yu was successfully killed on the spot. But now it's too late. Cap could only grit his teeth and hold on. You can't hit me because I've adapted to your attack mode long ago. Yi Yu's figure suddenly appeared in front of Cap. In the latter's horrified gaze. His right palm pushed horizontally over Carp's face. Bang! A seemingly soft and weak palm. In fact, it contains the power of thunder. Capo groaned. The whole person was directly bombarded from afar. After all, I still failed to cause internal damage. It seems that after returning, we must strengthen our practice of armed color domineering. Yu stared at Cape, who had been lifted up. A little disappointed expression appeared in his eyes. In his previous attack, injected with armed color domineeringness that can cause internal damage. But it depends on the situation. It did not cause much damage to Carp. I guess he was blocked by the other party's armed domineering aura that had been cultivated to the extreme. Gulalalala. Whitebeard fled away from the Warring States period with a punch, pointed at Yu in the distance and said proudly, I have said a long time ago that kid's talent is at the monster level. After going back this time, I will make him my family no matter what I say. That guy Cap was actually knocked away. The Warring States period widened his eyes and looked at Yu with horror. Is Cap going to lose? P.S. Thanks to 136 361 inches LNL the boss's 1000 VIP point reward, I am very grateful. Thank you very much, thank you very much. Chapter 38 Locks, Conspiracy. The Dragon Man was robbed. Hateful. Cap rolled over and got up in a very embarrassed manner, with a very ferocious expression. I was actually regarded as a stepping stone for the trial by this kid. Damn. I, Cap, are also a man with a stool scam face facing outwards. How can I bear this? Cape was furious in an instant. Immediately swung my fist and rushed towards Yu. Even if you exchange injuries for injuries, you exchange your life for life. He will kill Yu too today. The battle between the two has attracted the attention of all the strong. Even rocks. I didn't expect Yu to force Cap into such a miserable situation. Suddenly, he was overjoyed. And Cylinder Kong was shocked. His face was full of disbelief. Yu's talent. Isn't it too perverted? From the beginning of the war to be suppressed. Later, the situation was evenly matched. And now, Yu actually used Return of Life to improve his combat power in Carp. Fly him out. Who dares to believe this? Is this kid a rare peerless genius? Or a monster? Hee ha 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 ha. Locks burst into laughter unscrupulously. Yu brought him too many surprises today. Just the scene of knocking Cap off. That's enough to make this kid's name. After the battle ends, it resounds directly throughout the sea. That way. He started the war one of two purposes. It was achieved perfectly. How is it, Cylinder empty, this newcomer under my command is not bad, right? Locks grinned and grinned. Just when he wanted to show off the story of Yu being the owner of ordinary color and domineering. The phone bug in his arms suddenly rang. Take it out and take a look. The face is appearing on it. It was the Golden Lion Ski who was sent out by him to perform a secret mission. Captain Locks, the mission you assigned has been successfully completed. The Golden Lion on the other side of the phone said proudly. Do I need to go over and pick you up? Hee ha 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 ha. Locks smiled more and more happily, and immediately decided. To be on the safe side, you should take them back to Hive Island to wait. We're back here. This battle has been going on for now. All of Locks' intentions have been achieved. Continuing to fight will become boring. It would be better to end here. Without hesitation. Locks' figure flashes. He has returned to the main ship. He shouted at the pirates who survived on the battlefield. Little ones, the lesson I have taught the Navy this time is enough, we are back. The pirates immediately cheered and returned to the ship. 20 naval branches were destroyed one after another. Now Yu knocked away their most feared, headshot demon, Iron Fist Cap away. Nothing is more exciting than this. The pirates were all extremely excited. The morale of the Navy fell directly to the bottom. Cap, today's game ends here. Yu did not want to fight at all. The body flashed. He had already activated the instant step and appeared beside Locks. The state of border breakthrough on the body dissipated. Yu changed back to his original appearance again. But for him, Today's harvest is rich enough. Of course there is no need to fight with Cap. After all, with Yi Yu's current level, it is not realistic to kill Cap in such a short time. Yi Yu. Cap's eyes roared with a bloodshot. And when he was about to pursue Yi Yu. But he was stopped by the crane. Forget it, Lox didn't use all his strength, we can't keep them. He had no choice but to look helpless on his face. The same is true for the Warring States period and Zephyr. If there is a chance of winning, I'm afraid with their master Carbon Kong's hot temper, a blocking will be ordered as soon as possible. Yi Yu, I remember you. The garden covered somewhere behind with shame and anger. A strange feeling surged into my heart. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Yi Yu's handsome face. It seems that I want to give this demon who is endlessly ashamed, humiliated, to her. It is deeply imprinted into my heart. This girl will have one day sooner or later. I want to return today's fighting enemy. Rock's pirates soon assembled. The casualties are not too big overall. And all those who died were irrelevant peripheral members. Can be replenished anytime. Before leaving, Rock stepped onto the shiphead, waiting for the cylinder to wait for a group of naval forces. He said with a strong domineering attitude. From today, with the G5 branch as the boundary, your navy will not be allowed to step into any sea area of that new world in the future. Otherwise I will destroy you once when I see you. Remember, I said this. The words fell. Lox turned around and ignored the roaring beast-like cylinder Kong. More than 10 large ships were amid the pirates' ironic cheers. It quickly disappeared between the sea and the sky. Lox, I will take people to your lair tomorrow. I will kill you with my own hands there. And that little bastard named Yi Yu. Open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket. The roar of air roar echoed throughout the island. Anyone can see it. He was broken by the bee that Lox pretended to be before leaving. Very angry. And the others? They all looked lonely and silent. Morale was declining like never before. No one had ever thought of it. This time, when the Navy's high-end combat power is released together, in the absence of the enemy's main force, Golden Lion, they were still beaten by the Rock's pirates. Such a result is really unacceptable. And Cap actually lose to an unknown newcomer. This is for the entire Navy. It's an unforgettable shame. However, just as the Warring States period, he and Zephyr gathered together. When studying how to deal with imbalances next. A special telephone bug exclusive to the generals of the Warring States period and Zephyr. It actually started to ring at the same time. Does it mean? The two looked at each other. They all saw uneasiness in each other's eyes. Respond quickly. The call content from inside was completely reached. And it directly shocked everyone present. 3 divine dragons in the Shambodian Islands were hijacked. The suspect is the captain of the first team of the Rock's Pirates Golden Lion Ski. Nani. Chapter 40 Yi Yu's Bounty, Lox's Pussy is Poisonous. Open black lens bracket Sanctuary Katakana middle dot Maricho a close black lens bracket. Golden Hall of Power. Huo, is this the answer you gave? The naval support of New World was almost destroyed, and nearly 50,000 soldiers were damaged. With all the Navy's top leaders, they can't even deal with the heavy damage to the Rock's pirates. Are your Navy all waste? And during this period, 2 celestial dragons were kidnapped by the Golden Lion. If you can't even do a job like a guard, what's the use of raising you bunch of waste? The 5 old stars roared in anger. The Navy's defeat this time made them angry. More importantly, there are actually 2 celestial dragons. Because of the wrong decision of the air generals, the Warring States period and Zephyr, to the front line at the same time. And he was kidnapped by the Golden Lion. This is a major event that has not happened in the past 800 years. With the character of that lunatic Lox, the 5 old stars can be imagined. How miserable would those 2 celestial dragons die? Especially the woman. But what is even more serious is, even if we put aside the family behind these 2 Tianlong people, will we give up? The world is just ZF. If you can't fight tooth as soon as possible, Show thunder means prove to the world that descendants of the Creator is God's victory and inviolable. I'm afraid in the future there will be other bold guys who will follow suit. This is what the 5 old stars don't want to see the least. And all of this. It was originally completely avoidable. The reason why the 5 old stars ruthlessly insulted the 3 naval executives, Kong, Warring States period and Zephyr. It's because in their eyes, even in the eyes of all the dragons, the Navy has always been just a watchdog, placed in the open. There is no placing at all. At this point. Later, when Akainu became the marshal, he was directly revealed by the 5 old stars. In their opinion, the main responsibilities of the general, not to eliminate pirates. Instead, he was waiting for the guard dog to be sent by Tianlong people on call. That's right. This is the truth. It's just that shocking. And this system has been used for nearly 800 years. This is also why even the dragons do all kinds of evil. But there is no one, even if it is known as the great pirate of the evil party. The most fundamental reason why he dares to anger the Tianlong people in person. After all, a overlord, like Rox, who is both powerful and courageous. Looking at the entire new world. Only this one. 5 lords, the situation this time is extraordinary. Lox doesn't know where it comes from. A new intern was found. Quote. That boy's talent is like a monster. Open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket Soto suppresses his anger. Then he fought with Yu and Cap. He gave a truthful description to the 5 old stars. In order to attract the attention of these 5 people in power. He even finished speaking. He directly asked the 3 people from the Warring States period, Zephyr and he who were traveling with him to prove him. After witnessing the battle with one's own eyes, Cylinder Kong has to pay so much attention to Yi Yu, the newcomer. Because he is sure. If Yi Yu is allowed to grow up in the future, on the sea, another sea overlord, like Rox, will inevitably appear. You mean a trainee who had just joined the Rox pirates for 3 months, actually restrained that guy Capo alone? The anger on the faces of the 5 old stars was frozen. Although this news is a bit incredible. But they know. Open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket the 3 people in the Warring States period. I don't dare to lie to them on such things. And they also knew Cap's strength very well. It's definitely general level. Then the question is, what kind of evil talent is it? Only in just 3 months. From a newcomer. Directly growing into a general level strong man. The key is, who dares to believe this if you say it? Who dares to believe it? How can those who work hard to cultivate for the rest of their lives and cannot reach that Zhanwang level? Looking at the history of nearly 800 years. There has never been a guy with such a terrifying talent on the sea. Damn it, that Rox pirates was originally a big concern of the world ZF. Now there is another newcomer, and their threat is magnified exponentially. That's right, if this intern named Yi Yu, as Kong said, the threat would be higher than the Golden Lion and Whitebeard under Lox. He would never let him grow up smoothly. Comey, after you go back, you will be wanted immediately. As for the bounty, it will be formulated according to the level of the main captain of the Rox pirates. Agree, this little devil can't stay. Super discussion. The 5 old stars unanimously passed an extraordinary reward for Yi Yu. You must know. Even the captain who ranks the lowest in the Rox pirates. The bounty is also above 300 million berry. Take a new intern so seriously. It can be said that it is the first time in 800 years for the world's ZF and the Navy. The importance is self-evident. After being sprayed for more than an hour. Only when Cylinder the 4 people were able to come out of the Golden Hall of Power. Faced with this situation, even the 5 old stars have no choice. I can only instruct Cyborg Air to strengthen its surveillance of Lox pirates. The sky of New World is probably going to change from now on. The Warring States period looked at the haze sky. He sighed a little sigh. Zeph's face also darkened. The Navy is not just disgraceful this time. And with the emergence of Yi Yu, an amazingly talented monster. The balanced relationship between the Navy and the Rocks Pirates' high-end combat power. Completely broken. In the future, I want to get rid of this cancer entrenched in that new world. Almost impossible. In fact, it's not just their Navy. Even the world ZF. Isn't it because I have always used the Rocks Pirates without any solution? Unless 5 old stars take action personally. Or maybe ask the world's boss I am to take action personally. Use the mysterious power of extinguishing the lamp. But who dares to make such a request? If you really have that kind of courage. Will Rocks Pirates still grow like this today? That useless waste of carb. Cylinder Hun was scolded the most miserably. Now when he thinks of Yi Yu, he grits his teeth with hatred. If it weren't for not being able to beat Rocks. No matter what he said at that time, he would kill that guy Yi Yu. Don't you think? At this moment, Lieutenant General Crane, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke with a serious expression. Is the real purpose of Rocks, Golden Lion to capture the Dragon Man this time? I have to say. He is a think tank that runs through the new and old eras of the Navy. Look at things accurately and sharply. This statement comes out. Carbon, Kong, Warring States period and Zephyr were stunned. A person who can become a marshal and a general. Who would be a fool? Especially the Warring States period, which is also called the smart general. Almost at the same time as he talks. Then he exclaimed. Damn it. It seems we're all fooled by Locks. His goal is to hijack the Tianlong people from beginning to end. Destroying those naval branches is just a trick he has led us to all out. Open black lens bracket Corers close black lens bracket Kong and Zephyr heard the words. I suddenly felt a creepy feeling. You mean that Guy Locks actually has other plans? Open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket the sound of Kong even trembled slightly. If what the Crane and the Warring States period guessed was true, then it would make Rocks risk a full-scale war with the Navy. What kind of shocking thing will it be? When I think of this, the 4 of them felt chilling. Locks' pussy. It's poisonous. Another 3,000-word chapter, I'm going to vomit blood. Chapter 41 Kaido, who else? Open black lens bracket Honey Island close black lens bracket. After Rocks and others returned successfully. Then the banquet was started directly. Everyone gathered together. Celebrating the great victory of this expedition. Yi Yu successfully suppressed Carp in the last battle. Shows his strong strength and talent. This won unanimous recognition from the team leader and cadres. Even John, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe. They all came up with a slutty smile on their faces and drank several drinks with him. The meaning of flattery is self-evident. As a veteran of the Rocks Pirates, this behavior of the 3 of them, it is inevitable that many left behind old crew members who don't know the truth will feel that the price is reduced. But when these people, it seems like licking good. When they surrounded Yi Yu, the Whitebeard and the Golden Lion were constantly showing their attentiveness. Then he felt relieved. Many people even wanted to try it out and followed lick a few words. And standing outside. Newcomers and interns who don't even deserve seats. When I saw the attitudes of many big names towards Yi Yu, they all cast envious and awe at him. And fantasize in my heart. I will be as beautiful as Yi Yu at any time. Everyone, although this expedition failed to eliminate all the Navy's branches in New World, we have undoubtedly achieved a very huge victory. Locks had an inexplicable smile on his face. He slowly raised 2 fingers and said, Today, I have 2 major events to announce. The first thing is that from today on, Yi Yu will be a cadre of our Rocks Pirates. How is it? Is anyone objecting? The words fell. The originally noisy banquet hall suddenly became quiet. Even many of them have long speculated. But when I heard the announcement of the appointment with Rocks, still shocked. 3 months. Yi Yu only took 3 months. He was promoted from an intern to a cadre. This terrifying speed. Even the Golden Lion and the Whitebeard couldn't help but feel a little sad. although the two of them were captains at the beginning of the establishment of the Rocks Pirates. But that's because they were before joining. He is already the best pirate in New World. If it weren't for Rocks, with their strength, it is simply impossible to join the other pirate group. And other than that, other team leaders and cadres including Big Katakana Middle. Without exception, all rely on military merits and qualifications. I just climbed to this position today. Only after seeing Wanyu's strength with his own eyes. Even if it's a bit sour and unhappy. But he dared to be angry but dared not speak out. Yiyu is the one who can fight against Cap head-on. Besides, you didn't see the heads of the two guys, Golden Lion and Whitebeard. But they are almost like chickens pecking at rice. Who would make it boring at this time? However, there are some old crew members who have not been promoted to cadre after joining for many years. After hearing that Yiyu was promoted to cadre by the alcohol, they even stood up one after another. I object. Yes, we don't agree. Captain Locks, how long has that kid been joining? You can just promote him as a fuck puff. However, the pirates standing in the front row haven't finished speaking yet. His head was blown directly by the mace in Kaido's hand. Blood mixed with the brain. A bloody red rain curtain formed in the air. Thump. While the body fell, several pirates at the back were so scared that they sat directly on the ground. The hazy drunkenness suddenly woke up. They're Eruho. Cool. It's so fucking fun. Kaido has been waiting for this opportunity to perform for too long. The whole person is like a glaring Vajra. Use a bloody mace to cross the positions of the pirates one by one. He shouted arrogantly. What's wrong with my brother Yiyu being a cadre? Brother Yiyu dares to fight against Iron Fist Cap head-on and not lose the disadvantage. You deserve to question him just because you are worthy of questioning him. If anyone is dissatisfied, stand up and fight me first. The pirates were suddenly silent. Although Kaido's identity is an intern, but his strength is no less than that of any cadre. Only strong men at the captain level can win him firmly. Those pirates before. I couldn't react until the moment I was shot. It's all said. See this scene. Who dares to question Yiyu Half-Fin again? They all shrank their necks and kept silent. Bah, a bunch of cowards. Kaido cursed with contempt. Then he turned around. It's like a face change. Half hugging. He trotted all the way to Yiyu. He said with a very flattering expression. Brother Yiyu, everyone has no objection. Good done. Yiyu was not interested in Kaido's licking behavior. Just replied indifferently. However, Kaido's eyes burst into tears when he heard this. I wish I could kowtow a few more times on the spot to show my loyalty. He has become Yiyu's #1 licking. After seeing this scene, the Golden Lion, Whitebeard and others, he immediately scoffed. They all cast strange gazes at Kaido. Does this grandson have a sat habit? But for Yiyu to become a cadre, they both agreed with each other. Especially the Golden Lion. After hearing about Yiyu and Cap's battle, he has always been proud. He actually gave up the idea of inviting Yiyu to join his team. Instead, it changed to win over and cooperate. Because of Yiyu's terrifying talent, it's worth letting him lower his posture to cater to it. In other words, in the heart of the Golden Lion, Yiyu had become a strong man who was recognized by him like a Whitebeard. And Locks sitting in the main seat. There was no resentment to the scene of the fight just now. Survive the fittest. The weak are not worthy of living in this world at all. At least he is not worthy of living in his ranks. After looking around, Locks saw no objection. Then he laughed and said, as long as everyone has no objection, then I announce that from now on, Yiyu will be a cadre of the Rocks Pirates. As for whether Kaido, the Waste, is Yiyu or him, Locks didn't care. Because Locks only knows that Yiyu is loyal. That's enough. Without waiting for the Golden Lion, Whitebeard and others to find Yiyu to fight for wine, Locks had spoken again. Before I officially talk about the second thing, I'd better bring those two Tianlong people up to help everyone with fun, right? As soon as this is said, the big banquet hall. Suddenly he fell into a strange dead silence. The needle can be heard. Nani? Heaventh Dragon Man. Chapter 42 Unlock Special Skills. What? In the huge banquet hall. In addition to two insiders, Lox and Golden Lion. Including Whitebeard. On the faces of other pirates. They all showed a look of shock, an incredible look. I heard it right, Captain Rox. John asked with a stiff smile, what you just said is Tiantianlong people. Yes, Captain, you're not kidding us, are you? Wang Ji smiled dryly and said, those group of pigs are world nobles. Even if there is a slight offense, they will trigger generals from the Navy headquarters. Other cadres also spoke up. Only Yi Yu, Golden Lion and Whitebeard remained silent. You guys heard it right. A playful look flashed in Rox's eyes and said with a grim smile. These two Tianlong people play a crucial role in my next plan. Not much explanation. Lox immediately ordered his men to come forward with two celestial dragons. During this period, his sharp eyes swept across the surroundings one by one. The flashing eyes of the cadres and the formal crew were all in sight. Obviously. These unscrupulous outlaws who are usually unscrupulous. When it comes to the celestial dragon people who are descendants of God, they are all a little cowardly. But Lox didn't blame them. Because of offending the dragon people. Often accompanied by generals and death. After all, not everyone has the courage and strength of him. However, as Lox's eyes swept across Yeyu. But I couldn't help but feel surprised. Because of the other party's handsome and cold face. There was no fluctuation at all. This kid is actually indifferent to the Qianlong man. Lox was delighted. Have courage. Have concentration. Have ambitions. Have strength. He has a monster talent. This time I really found a treasure. Lox is now more and more fond of this young man who is very tempted by him. Decide immediately. After the banquet is over. So find some time. Teach Yi Yu the deepest entanglement technique of ordinary color domineering. And the reason why Yi Yu looked calm. It's because he knows it in his heart. Lox is the master who dares to attack even the God's Valley gathered by the dragons. Now catch two dragons. Nothing unexpected at all. Instead of wasting energy to pay attention to the garbage like the Tianlong people. It's better to check the results after this battle. Yi Yu is about to come open the properties panel. Open black lens bracket strongest sign in system close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket host, Yi Yu close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age, 17 years old close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ability template, Hungry Wolf close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket current progress, 100% close black lens bracket. Special skills of character board template, breakthrough of boundaries. Open black lens bracket skills, my flow, flowing water rock broken fist, whirlwind iron cutting fist, mystery katakana middle dot jointed dragon kill fist, instant step passive air cicada thunder gossip, Elbuff's gun, Weo, chopper, lion katakana middle dot Chisi valley, fist bones and meteorites. Template additional passive characteristics, breathing method, super learning ability, combat continuation, near-death breakthrough, stronger and stronger in combat, adaptability. Open black lens bracket armed color domineering, advanced plus. Seeing and hearing domineering spirit, advanced plus awakening and predicting the future. Open black lens bracket ordinary color domineering, intermediate plus. Open black lens bracket naval 6 styles, advanced close black lens bracket. The three colors dominant are all rapidly improved in battle. And after the progress of Hungry Wolf template reaches 100%. In the attribute list, there is actually a new unlocked special skill, breakthrough. Breakthrough of boundaries. Note 1, it is not about becoming stronger by becoming a monster, but about breaking the limit through its own obsession. Every second, the Hungry Wolf's speed is accelerating, and every second, the Hungry Wolf's power is rising. Not only that, the Jaya Dragon Killing Fist that could only be used by two major martial arts authorities can also be used by the right and left to the right to use the power of the left and right to use it alone. Note 2. This skill becomes active after the character's progress reaches 100%, and can be superimposed with the nearly death breakthrough ability. The superimposition effect is currently unknown. Yi Yu has read the annotation. An excited smile appeared on his handsome face. It seems that I have another skill to cheat. Whether it is against big katakana middle dot mom. Still cap. Yi Yu's backwind relied on this border breakthrough. Only. Before this, border breakthrough was a passive skill. And you can only enter the nearly death breakthrough state. Only passively can it be turned on. And after the progress of Hungry Wolf template reaches 100%. Border breakthrough has actually become active opening. It looks like it. Even if Yi Yu faces a strong enemy in the future, you can't fight so much. During this expedition, Yi Yu can be said to be the one who has gained the most. The strength has been greatly improved. It was really joyful. Really. Fight against the strong. This is the fastest way to improve your strength. But at this moment, a horse flea was heard outside the banquet hall. Yi Yu turned his eyes and looked. I saw two dragons, one old and one young. He walked towards the hall with a proud look. Bastard, you group of lowly pirates dare to kidnap the Tianlong people. Do you know who I am? The middle-aged man with ugly appearance. He roared with an extremely arrogant attitude. I am the nephew of the patriarch of the Kamel family, Saint Cyphus. You group of lowly men who are only worthy of being slaves, why don't you kneel in front of me and pray for forgiveness? That is. The daughter, Marilu Palace, standing behind. He also shouted with fearlessness. You idiots, dare to catch me and my father in such a foul-smelling ghost place. Aren't you afraid that the Navy General and CP0 will erase you all after they arrive? What's wrong with being kidnapped? What's wrong with tens of thousands of vicious pirates around? No one really thinks. Do the pirates dare to attack the Tianlong people? No, right. No, right. There is no such person in this world, right? Chapter 43, Surprised to Hear Gain of God, is the plot ahead of schedule. The celestial dragons are recognized by the world as descendants of the Creator. Offend the dragon people. It is equivalent to blatantly provoking the world ZF. Just a pirate. How could you have that kind of courage? The habit of developing long-term power and blessing. This made the Saint Cyphus father and daughter not take Locks and others seriously. The entire banquet hall suddenly fell into a dead silence. Although John, Wang Ji and others had ferocious expressions. But he dared to be angry but dared not speak out. No way. You cannot attack the Tianlong people. This is the law of survival, that almost all pirates have been obeyed by default since they went to sea. Once it is violated, there is no doubt that death is inevitable. Even if they have always boasted of themselves as evil parties. But he didn't dare to cross it. It's really interesting. I didn't expect the dragon man to be so stupid. Yi Yu's magnetic laughter suddenly broke the silence. Although I have long known that the dragons are arrogant. But he never expected it. How could the Tianlong people be so stupid? Please. You don't see where this is. I dare to threaten others with such an arrogant tone. I really think I have a long life. Don't think about it. With the old Yanbi personality of Locks. If I could give this, there are ghosts who can die happily. Yi Yu felt that it was necessary to remind them. This is the base of the Rocks pirates. Do you think the Navy and CP organizations are so bad dare to come here to save you? Ah. Low Rocks. After hearing the name of the Rocks pirates, the Saint Cyphus, he actually sat on the ground with trembling all over. The face has long disappeared from its arrogant and domineering appearance. He begged for mercy with a terrified expression. Don't kill us. As long as you promise not to kill me, I am willing to use all my treasures as ransom, just ask you not to kill me. This sudden reversal in front of me almost shocked the pirates' chins. Turn out to be. The tall and arrogant people also know how scared they are. No way. The name of a person. The shadow of the tree. Lox is the only big pirate in the past 800 years who dares to openly challenge the world ZF. I don't know how many Navy soldiers have been killed over the years. Many World ZF franchisees have been attacked. His name. It can be said that everyone knows it in Sacred Land. It can be said that it is the most feared god of killing, that the dragon people in Tianlong are the ones who fear the most. Hee ha 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 ha. The Golden Lion laughed maliciously. Captain, it seems that they are not completely fools. Seeing the two of them panicked. Rock's gloomy face only improved slightly. First, I looked at Yu with satisfaction. The young man has a future. Originally, Lox brought these two celestial dragons to come. It's to pretend to be AB in front of everyone. But I never expected it. The Tianlong people almost pretended to be all B. As sooner or later, I will go to Sanctuary Marichoa to pick it up. A dangerous light flashed in Rock's pupils, and he grinned. But now, if you want to live, you must answer my questions truthfully. When you hear the word, treasure. The pirates in the banquet hall were all excited with their eyes emitting light. Let's not talk about the endless treasures that the Tianlong people have accumulated for 800 years. It is just the gold in heaven that joins the country every year to pay tribute. It's already an astronomical figure. The pirates who were just timid about the Tianlong people. His eyes suddenly became crazy. As long as we can let us go, I will tell you what you want to know. The Saint Cyphus father and daughter had already recognized the form and immediately looked like pounding garlic. Who knows how to enter the God's Valley? Lox finished speaking. The huge banquet hall became quiet again strangely. Most pirates, including John, Wang Ji, Silver Axe and others. After hearing God's Valley, confusion and doubt were all revealed on his face. Obviously I don't know the secret. Only the Golden Lion, White Beard, Big Katakana Middle. Mom, Yu and Kaido showed surprise on their faces. Speaking of it, the Golden Lion and the Whitebeard both knew the existence of God's Valley. It was completely said by Lox. And Big Katakana Middle. Mom can know. It was heard unexpectedly when the Golden Lion was applauding love and applauding injection positive energy in her room. As for Kaido, it was heard when Big Katakana Middle. Mom was talking in her sleep. Only 4 of them. Knowledge of God's Valley. It is also limited to the exception of San Marichoa. Another residence of the Tianlong people is as simple as this. Only Yu knew it in his heart. That was enough to change the entire world pattern of the old era. The most magnificent and magnificent battle. It happened in the Valley of God. Only. What made Yu a little confused was that. Battle of Gods, shouldn't it happen in 1484? There is more than a month left before the new year. Could it be because of my own appearance? Timeline is ahead of schedule. At the same time. Impossible. After hearing that God's Valley, Saint Cyphus suddenly screamed in shock. How could you, a low-class person, know the existence of God's Valley? Chapter 44. Get the Eternal Pointer, the new goal of God's Valley. If Sacred Land Marichoa is a recognized base camp of the dragons, then God's Valley. It is a charming resort where Tianlong people often live. The most luxurious building in the middle of the island. It is even called Archie City by the Tianlong people. And the reason why the Saint Cyphus father and daughter are so excited. It's entirely because Gain of God is in addition to the celestial dragons. There is no existence that anyone knows. Even the island is not marked on the chart. And the sea where open black lens bracket God's Valley close black lens bracket is located domain. The outer perimeter is surrounded by extremely harsh climates all year round. There is only one safe route to enter and exit. It is a secret passed down from generation to generation by every celestial dragon. And even ordinary people have luckily discovered it. Not waiting to get closer. It will be directly erased by extreme weather such as endless thunderfalls, snowflakes dozens of meters, and strong flame storms. How did Rox know where? Hee ha 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 ha. Lox grinned proudly. I know much more than that. But You seem to have forgotten that on this island, the person who has the right to ask questions is me. Don't kill. A look of horror appeared on Saint Cyphus's face. Next second, a blood hole that penetrated the front and back was already punched in his head. The body hit the ground. Those who die can't die anymore. Ah, my father. Marilu Palace wailed like a frightened bird. Only. Soon her crying. It was covered by the devilish laughter of Lox. Sorry, he broke the rules of the game, so he lost the opportunity to live. Lox said with a grim smile, now, it's your turn to answer this question. If you don't want to end up with the same consequences, you'd better say it truthfully. Don't kill me, I can take you into the Valley of God. Marilu Palace then took out an exquisite pointer made of pure gold from his arms and choked and said, this is the forever pointer I recorded. Very good. Lox took the eternal pointer handed over by his subordinates. It was as if you were looking at a peerless beauty without a single body. The eyes couldn't be removed at all. This is really an unexpected surprise. Two gave you what you want, can you let me go now? The weak voice of Marilu Palace sounded. The eyes were full of begging. Lox came to his senses. But a cruel smile appeared on his face. I just remember promising you to survive, but I never said I would let you go. He, Boss Lox, I haven't attached the woman from Tianlong people yet. Can you lend her to me for a few days? Wang Ji stood up with a greedy expression. That fiery gaze. It seemed as if he wanted to put Marilu Palace directly on the ground. One stone stirs up 1,000 layers of waves. John, Silver Axe and others immediately stood up. Several people almost started fighting because of a dispute over who will be the first move. Woman and treasure. It is the eternal theme of the pirates' struggle. Although Marilu Palace looks average. But her identity is different from her life. It was just this kind of experience that had slept with Tianlong people. It's enough to make these guys brag about the past life to outsiders. If Marilu Palace does not take out this eternal pointer, maybe Lox will protect her until she loses her value. But now, I've already succeeded in what I want. Lox doesn't care whether she was sleeping with 30 people. Still sleeping by 300 people. Immediately waved John and the others to decide. Ugly untouchables, don't come here. Looking at the group of giants in front of me who are ugly and have all grown to about 4 or 5 meters tall. Marilu Palace was actually scared to tears. The little episode about the Tianlong people ended soon. Among the people, the Silver Axe, which was more powerful, obtained the first liquid rights of Marilu Palace. The Silver Axe immediately stopped the banquet. He dragged Marilu Palace toward his residence. How can I enjoy driving when I hold a banquet? Who holds a banquet for serious people? The defeated John, Wang Ji and others returned to their seats cursed. Continue to start fighting for wine. Although they were unwilling to accept it. But Rock's pirates has always been the prey of the weak. Fist and strength determine everything. This is the case with the division of territory. This is how it is to divide treasure. The same is true for women. Not as skilled as human. Then wait to clean the pot. Yu did not sympathize with the experience of Marilu Palace. As a dragon. None of them are innocent. The slaves and civilians who died at her hands. Maybe there are more than pirates. He was very curious. With the cautious character of Lox, the old Yin Bi. Why in such a public occasion? Speaking of such a secret thing as God's Valley. Aren't he afraid of leaving in advance? After all, no one can guarantee it. There are no undercover sent by the Navy and World ZF in Rock's Pirates. Or, this lunatic doesn't care about these things at all. Captain Lox, the real purpose of this expedition must be for these 2 celestial dragons, right? An excited light flashed in the golden lion's eyes. Based on his knowledge of Lox, Gao of Gods must be hidden in some amazing secrets or treasures. To be precise, it is the correct waterway mastered by the Tianlong people. Lox didn't refute, and said with a smile. I see. The pirates did not realize it until this time. It turned out that the naval branch of New World was cleaned up. It's just locks to cover up his eyes. Just a trick to attract attention. Locks, real goal. From beginning to end, there are only people from the dragon. And kidnapping the dragon people. It has not happened in the past 800 years. So, even Locks had to be careful. Even the golden lion was before the action. Don't know the real plan. What is a stroke? This moment. Yi Yu truly felt the terrible thing about Locks. It is truly worthy of being recognized as the sea overlord in the old era. It's just this meticulous scheming. It is enough to crush all the strong men of the same era. A famous wise general like Lien Warring States period, and he also completely kept in the dark. No wonder Rox was able to subdue many unruly guys such as Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Big Katakana Middle. Mom. Looking at the entire history. Only Locks can do this. That is. John stood up and said excitedly. Our next goal should be God's Valley, right? Chapter 46 Challenge Locks in the name of Hungry Wolf. A few days later, the Navy suffered a crushing defeat in New World. And the news that 2 celestial dragons were robbed and killed. Like a hurricane. It swept across the entire sea in an instant. Lox's reputation has caused a terrifying wave all over the world. Especially in the country located in the New World. As far as the princes and nobles. To the common people. When I heard it, I was shocked. The world is terrifying. And in the Navy's subsequent update of the Rox Pirates reward order. Everyone was shocked to find it. A young newcomer named Yi Yu. He actually offered a super high reward of 1 billion berry. Beyond Charlotte Lingling. Become the 4th ranked existence in the Rox Pirates bounty ranking. And the 3 people lined up before Yi Yu. Then there are 3 legendary figures, Locks, Golden Lion, and Whitebeard. Besides, the news that someone knocked Yi Yu away from Carp was also revealed. For a moment, the world was in an uproar. The name of Hungry Wolf resounds throughout the sea. Yi Yu's fame soared sharply. He has become a recognized new monster in the Rox Pirates. All over the world, there were crowds gathered to discuss Yi Yu everywhere. Open black lens bracket New World close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Honey Island close black lens bracket. Gulalalala. Whitebeard put down the barrel in his hand. Pointing at the photo of the reward order, Shang Yeyu laughed. The first reward reached an astonishing 1 billion berry. It seems that the World ZF and the Navy are quite afraid of Brother Yi Yu's talent. He is truly a person who is regarded as his family. Make your mark for the first time. The bounty has reached a world-class level. Looking at the entire New World, no one can match it. You must know. I remember when Whitebeard debuted. The reward is only 180 million berry. You must know. The amount of the bounty in the old times is not as cheap as it was after the Big Pirate Age was launched. Even Bondi Wald, the world destroyer who was famous in the sea during the Roger era. The bounty is only 200 million berry. Open black lens bracket Hungry Wolf close black lens bracket. This nickname really fits the temperament of that boy Yi Yu. The Golden Lion said with a grin. But I heard that this is that bad guy from Carp, and he strongly asked to add it. The pirates suddenly burst into laughter from all around. However, the name of Hungry Wolf is indeed from the hands of Cap. Yi Yu has opened border breakthrough. The dangerous aura erupted from his body. It left a very deep impression on Cap. It felt like he was facing a fang. Like a hungry wolf with a sharp edge. People accidentally. It will cause chills. Want to feel like retreating. But John, Silver Axe and others. But it was not as happy as the Whitebeard and the Golden Lion. They fought hard for most of their lives. The bounty is not as high as Yi Yu's first reward. Who can I reason with? This kid has only been joining for 3 months. If it were you. Are you not sour? Have the times really changed? Only. But all of these people dared to be angry but dared not speak out. Didn't you see that the number 1 victim Big Katakana Middle. Mom is honestly afraid to act rashly. On the fight against beating. Tie John and the others together. Not as hard as big katakana middle dot mom alone. And while everyone drinks and has fun, Yu abandoned distracting thoughts. A new round of retreat practice began in the training ground in the back mountain. Behind him, the little brother Kaido kneeled down on the side and served. The eyes were full of envy and fear. And Locks was all ready yesterday. He taught Yu the introductory practice method of entangled, ordinary color and domineering aura. And informed him secretly. The attack on God's Valley was scheduled for 4 months later. Let him arrange his practice time reasonably. Yu understood. Locks is sending him a signal that, I already absolutely trust you. Because this news is extremely important. If the Navy and the World ZF know in advance enough to bait a battle situation. Except for Locks and Yeyu. Even Absolute Core members like Golden Lion and Whitebeard don't know. If you change someone, he will definitely show his loyalty to Locks on the spot. But Yuyu's attitude was very plain. In addition to practicing and becoming stronger, he is focused at the moment. Little do you know. This way of handling is most suitable for Locks. Invisible. For more novels 133,325 join. I looked up to Yu a little higher. More than 3 months passed in a flash. The official opening of the God's Valley battle is getting closer and closer. Hive Island, on a nearby uninhabited island. A handsome boy slowly walked out of the depths of the forest. Behind him, hundreds of huge beasts crawled on the ground tremblingly. It seemed as if I was sending them respectfully. It was just the murderous aura emitted from the boy. So they didn't even dare to raise their heads. In the past 3 months, the islands are endless mountains. They were all shattered by this terrifying human. And these predators who were originally standing at the top of the food chain. It also became the other parties on the trade meal. Now it's okay. This killing god is finally leaving. Open the properties panel. Yu came to the shore and sat cross-legged on the beach. Open black lens bracket strongest sign in system close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket host, Yu close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age, 18 years old close black lens bracket. Ability template, Hungry Wolf full progress. Special skills of character board template, breakthrough of boundaries. Add passive characteristics of character templates, breathing method, super learning ability, combat continuation, near-death breakthrough, stronger and stronger in combat, adaptability. Skills, mystery, true self stream, instant step passive cicada, zero style, death slash. Open black lens bracket armed color domineering, advanced plus. Seeing and hearing domineering spirit, advanced plus awakening and predicting the future. Open black lens bracket overbeal color domineering, advanced close black lens bracket. Looking at the skill bar that is not in the mess. Yu finally showed a satisfied smile on his handsome face. After more than 3 months of hell-style training day and night, he finally put the flowing water rock broken fist. Open black lens bracket whirlwind iron crush close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket secret katakana middle dot jaoyalong killing fist close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket fist bones and stars close black lens bracket. And advanced navy style 6 perfectly blended together. Form the original secret boxing technique in true self flow. And thunder gossip. Open black lens bracket buffs gun katakana middle dot weo close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket chasing close black lens bracket. Lion, Chichiji Valley and other sword skills. He also perfectly merged into the original zero style katakana middle dot anti-destroying slash. These 2 original skills are not only powerful than ever. You can also split out any of the skills at will and take them out separately. Do whatever you want. Quite perfect. Besides, Yuyu's technique of entanglement of ordinary color domineering. It has also been able to apply it proficiently. His overall strength. It has achieved a qualitative improvement compared to a few months ago. Become stronger than before. It's at this moment. A small boat slowly sailed to the coast. Yi, have you really decided to challenge me? Rox raised his horns and looked at Yi with a smile. This arrogant boy finally couldn't hold back. I just want to see with my own eyes how strong you are, Captain. Yi smiled, not concealing your true intentions at all. Next second, two terrifying auras burst out, soaring straight to the sky. Clouds in the sky. It was torn into two halves. A terrifying scene like a great rift. P.S. I got it. I just found out that I don't know which brother threw 9,000 flowers at once, which almost scared me. I knelt down and thanked my elder brother for his appreciation. Chapter 47 Suppress Rox. Boom. Lox is like a ghost in the underworld. The blue and purple ordinary color domineering swept out. Turned into a huge sword. Cut towards Yi. The night feathers swayed from the horns. Eyes flashed. The dark red ordinary color domineering turns into a huge round shield. Fight up. Sizzle. The moment the sword and shield collided, heaven and earth changed color. The hurricane whistled. The black liquid lightning raged out like a violent razor. The ground exploded inch by inch. The nearby mountains, trees and stones were destroyed. The entire island trembled violently. The powerful hurricane turned into tornadoes, crushing towards the periphery. Hiding in the forest, the giant beasts trembling in the middle. They were blown to the sky one after another. Even the towering giant trees were uprooted. All thrown to the distant sea. This is the collision between top-level strong men. Hey, are you really a monster? Lox, face changed drastically. He exclaimed. In just 3 months, the level of ordinary color domineering has been improved again. As we all know, ordinary color domineering can't be strengthened by active exercise. Only when the user's own strength and courage become stronger. Only then can it be strengthened. It was Rox that noticed this. That's why it's so shocked. Yi's strength has become stronger again. Is this really something humans can do? Captain, just fight. Why do you talk so much? Yi smiled. Start, instant step. His figure suddenly appeared in front of Lox as he flashed. The left hand is like a knife. Use the tornado iron claw fist to slash Rox's neck suddenly. The right hand is like a cannon. Use fist bones and meteorite to hammer out towards Lox, abdomen. After perfectly integrating many boxing skills into secret and true self, there is no need to turn on border breakthrough at all. Yi can perfectly use 2 boxing techniques to attack at the same time. It's hard to defend. And, regardless of strength, still speed. Compared to the original one, nothing strong is a bit strong. So fast. And what's going on with this weird boxing combination? Lox, pupils shrank. His seeing and hearing domineering aura failed to capture Yi's movement trajectory. Caught out of control. Lox can only cover the entire upper body with armed color domineering. I resisted these 2 attacks. Only. Even so, Lox, figure was still pushed back several meters. And the position of the neck and abdomen on the shirt. 2 big holes were even blasted out. Exposed the sculptural muscles inside. It's really unbelievable. Rox, horns rise. Not only was there no angry look on his face. Instead, he praised it sincerely. Then, hiss. Wave your hand and tear off your top. Lox hooked at Yi with a domineering attitude and said. Come on, use all your best tricks. I also want to see how much progress you have made during this period. Feel what Yi is emitting. It is so powerful that it is more than 3 months ago. In Lox's eyes, it was rare to ignite the desire to fight. Looking at the entire new world. Ah no. It should be said to look at the whole world. The one who can make him Rox open fire in one-on-one state. Not yet appearing. That's right. Open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket. It's not possible to be empty. Capevan more so. But Lox is now full of unlimited expectations. The boy in front of him had soaring upward like a cheat. Can miracles be created today? Let him have a good fight. If you compare physical skills, I will never lose to anyone. The declaration of the powerful man of Locks is like a horn to start the battle. Next second, Locks' figure suddenly disappeared from place to place. The speed is so fast. It is only slightly inferior to Yi Yu's instant step. Crackling. Locks' right arm wrapped in purple-black liquid lightning. It suddenly hit Yi Yu's head. The ultimate, armed domineering aura exudes a dangerous aura. Yi Yu's eyes flashed red. Predatory and domineering experience, a crazy warning was issued. Immediately. The hands wrapped around, armed color domineering, are like water flowing and sharp blades. Two trajectories of blue and dark red were drawn in the air, facing the attack on Locks. Ola 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 ola. The two men's figures turned into phantoms. Crazy collisions on the beach intertwined. As the battle continues, Yi Yu's shortcomings in armed color domineering gradually emerged. Although it is only one step away from the extreme realm. But it is undoubtedly exposed in this high-end game. Even if he uses internal damage, it can't do much damage to Locks either. It's exactly the same as when fighting against Cap. However, after creating the secret and true self boxing technique, Yi Yu's physical technique has reached its peak. Use it simultaneously in conjunction with predict and instant step. It's simply superb. Even Locks, who has dominated the entire sea, in front of Yi Yu, it doesn't take any advantage at all. He was even suppressed by him for a while. Locks was so angry that he kept calling for bad luck. However, even more incredible is still behind. Over time. That time, Yi Yu gradually adapted to Locks' attack mode using his powerful adaptation. The situation showed signs of one-sidedness. Locks was attacked by the previous active attack. He was forced to turn to defense. Although Locks still has the strength to do not break out. The ability of the devil fruit that has been hidden has not been exposed. But the current situation. But it was sending him a very terrible signal. Yi Yu's physical skills has surpassed him. This left Locks extremely shocked. Unacceptable for a long time. Who I am? Where am I? What am I doing? The soul 3 times deeply questioned Locks' heart. He dominated the sea with physical skills. One day he lost in physical skills. And it was when Yi Yu had not entered the resuming state. Who dares to believe this? Hello. Don't be so rampant, little guy. I'm Locks. The only one on the sea overlord in heaven and earth. Boom. A terrifying murderous intent suddenly appeared on Locks. The whole person is like a demon. Are you finally going to explode with all your strength? Yi Yu showed an excited look on his face. But the next second, a red light appeared in his eyes. Yi Yu seemed to notice something. Give up the attack immediately. He retreated for a distance with surprise. You are indeed abilityist. Chapter 48 Locks' Demon Fruit. Just that moment, Yi Yu saw Locks attack through the prediction ability. Only. It was indeed what really surprised him. The ability that Locks uses. It is not the legendary dark fruit. But it is a similar force of destruction, or combust. It obviously falls into the category of Superman system. Is the rumors wrong? Yi Yu was not surprised that Locks was a devil fruit-capable person. But later generations have conjectures about Locks' ability. The most popular one. It is the natural system in dark fruit known as the most vicious power in history. And when it comes to the first fight with Big Katakana Middle Mom, Yi Yu once noticed it. Locks was in a rage. The light around the body seemed to be absorbed by some kind of dark matter. The strange dimmed. Almost accrued as dark fruit. But today, in the future that Yi Yu predicted has reached. However, Locks used another ability. What the hell is going on? A moment of confusion. Yi Yu's eyes suddenly shrank. An extremely amazing thing came to my mind. There are even some terrible thoughts. Is this guy Locks like Blackbeard? He is also a double fruit abilities, right? If that's the case, can Roger and Carp really beat this monster with the same combat power ceiling? Your boy's sense of combat is really keen. The long-lost battle came to my heart. Locks laughed. It's really been a long time since I fought so well. You are indeed qualified to be my opponent. But don't be too happy too early, I just took out 70% of my strength. Ah no, at most less than 50% of the strength is fighting you. As a reward for pleasing me, let you feel my real means next. Fight until now. Locks had realized that he had greatly underestimated Yu's growth and strength. Although shocked. But Locks understood. If I could not defeat this kid with an overwhelming advantage today, no one can guarantee it. Will Yu really collude with Golden Lion and others in the future? So, Rocks naturally had to show some skills today. Open black lens bracket 50 times the force close black lens bracket. A rich green fluctuation suddenly appeared on Rocks. The power increased 50 times instantly. This is exactly the effect of Superman system katakana middle dot penguo fruit. While greatly improving the eater's own body spirit, it can also double its strength in a short period of time. Up to 100 times. The ability effect is somewhat similar to the World Destroyer Bondi Wald's Momo fruit. But what doubles the speed and volume of Momo fruit? And Braining fruit provides the power. It is more suitable for a physical skills powerful person like Locks. Be careful, don't be beaten to death by one punch. Locks grinned. As the words fell, his figure had already appeared in front of Yu. A fist wrapped around black lightning and 50 times the increase in strength. It suddenly hit Yu's Uexionko. Bang! A dull sound. Yu's figure flew backwards in an instant. However, just as Rox's face just shone with pride, Yu actually appeared strangely above his head. Black thunder burst. The iron fist wrapped around the ordinary color domineering has not yet touched Locks' back. It had already collapsed and burst out with endless impact. Boom! A blow from the air actually smashed Locks into the ground. But the next second, he then flew over with one hand and flipped out. Impossible, I've obviously hit you. Even if you can vent the power from that punch, it is absolutely impossible to counterattack in an instant. Rocks wiped off the blood that spilled out of the horns. His face was full of shock and confusion. He saw Yu being knocked out with his own eyes. But the other party successfully counterattacked in the next moment. Even if Yu is very fast, this is absolutely impossible to achieve. Wait a moment. Before Yu could speak, Locks seemed to suddenly react to something. Open your eyes wide. He exclaimed in a cry of voice. You kid actually learned the technique of entangling ordinary color and domineering aura in just over 3 months. I'm not very skilled yet. Yu responded lightly. Then he pointed to some remaining fabric on the ground, smiling and saying, but you may be dazzled. What you hit just now was just my coat. And Captain, why did you turn green just now? Quote. Although it seems calm on the outside. But in fact, Yu was shocked. No less than Locks. If the sign ability was not passively effective just now, I'm afraid even if he uses flowing water rock broken fist, it was impossible to completely expel the terrifying power attached to the punch. And Locks. It also became Yu after obtaining the ability of Empty Cicada, the first person to trigger the effect. Before this, even a strong man like Cap failed to trigger cannon. The strength of the maritime overlord is indeed not to be underestimated. Nani? Locks was extremely shocked when he heard this. Only then did I notice that Yu was also naked at this time. His eyes almost fell to the ground. Although he knew Yu would not lie to him for such a thing. But what happened to the real touch after the hit from the fist just now? This kid is so fucking evil. Locks even doubts life. But now is obviously not a good time to worry about this. It seems like you are like me, with many unknown powers hidden in you. Lockson smiled. Green light surged on his body. Open black lens bracket 100 times force close black lens bracket open directly. The blood is boiling. The terrifying fighting spirit soared into the sky. This time, he had already put Yu in front of him. I've become an opponent worthy of all-out battles. Rocks became more serious than ever before. Open black lens bracket breakthrough of the boundary close black lens bracket. You naturally dared not be entrusted. The firepower was immediately turned on. The fishy red spiral markings condensed by murderous aura. It directly covers Yu's entire upper body. The strong murderous intent was like a pool of blood. It directly enveloped the area where the two were. Tisk tisk, it seems you enjoy this kind of battle too. Lox finished speaking. He and Yu's fists had already collided with each other from the air. A shocking explosion broke out. The earth tore apart. The terrifying shock wave bounced away from each other. But the next second, a new round of offensive came again. 100 times the force katakana middle dot destructive fist vs secret and true self flow. The collision of ordinary color domineering rushed to the sky. The endless black thunder swept across the entire island. The earth collapsed and collapsed. Vegetation is gone. Huge waves rolled up. The entire sea area became restless as the two fought. And this nameless island. It also began to collapse and disappear at a speed visible to the eyes. It's like a natural disaster. Only. This battle did not last long. It ended abruptly. Because. P.S. Thank you to the monthly votes for the boss. 159 ********* 774 inches Ciliate Shaozai. Thank you very much. Thank you to the boss, Wex 904 ******* 718 idiot for urging you to update the vote. Thank you very much. Thank you to the monthly votes from the boss, 157 ****** 946, I am very grateful. Remarks on the shelves must see the small theater. Please read it patiently, the following is more exciting. Finally, this is the step again. I was very nervous. To be honest. The results of this book are actually not ideal. 28 flowers on the first day, 8 reviewed tickets, 1 comment, 307 V collection. Even when it is 40,000 words on the 4th day. There are only 630 flowers, 162 reviewed tickets, 9 comments, 2,900 plus verses collection. This achievement can be said. There are at least 9 out of 10 authors who can be eunuchs. But brother, I still persevered. Nothing else. It is all thanks to those old guys who silently vote, leave messages and give monthly tickets to encourage me, so I have the motivation to persevere. But as a student party, there wasn't much luxury either. There can be 200 or 300 determinations. Just let me earn some living expenses for the next semester in advance. It's always better than going out to hold plates and handing out flyers to work during holidays, right? But this expectation is lowered. Instead, it's not that entangled. So please support your brothers and brothers. I'm here to thank you in advance. If nothing unexpected happens on the first day of the release, it will be at least 20,000 words, maybe 2 big chapters. Why can so many be revealed at once? That's because. During this time, I experienced a very social death. Not only has he become a celebrity in the department, I also directly guided the senior sister I just met with last semester. I broke up with me resolutely. Although it was her initiative to break up. Although I was very sad. But I don't blame her. First declare. I'm definitely not licking go. It's just because. If I were her. There is such a famous boyfriend. I'm afraid I can't withstand the criticism and pressure. The same decision will be made. I believe it. Everyone sees this. I must be eager to know what I have experienced. Don't worry, guys. Listen to me to talk slowly. The cause of this incident. It also starts with the major physical examination last month. I remember it was the second day of the physical examination. Mainly test internal medicine, surgery and other things. It is worth mentioning. The surgical examination requires a check on the whole body for scars or tattoos. So, even the hidden CBU way like shout D will be checked. That day I appeared on time according to the notification time. Then I went to draw blood first. Take blood pressure. After the internal medicine department was finished, we came to the surgery department. Waiting for the final full body examination. Not long. The doctor's voice came from the room. Next batch. I and a few classmates I don't know. He walked into the clinic surrounded by the screen with a nervous mood. Then we were called into the screen one by one. One by one, welcoming shyly, checking the depth of the test. That's all. It's my turn finally. For a moment. Nervous. Disturbed. Fear. Excited. Curious. Each of them accumulates emotions. But I am a novelist after all. The psychological quality is quite strong. So take a deep breath. He pretended to be calm and walked into the curtains. Coo, I took off. I just entered. The doctor inside yelled coldly. I was shocked. Then. I took off koozie in a hurry. Put your stuff on the table. A cold and unquestionable voice came again. However. But I was stunned. Looking back now. How great would it be if I weren't a novelist at that time? Presumably. There wouldn't be such a wild idea. I won't do such a horse flea operation. I was stunned when I saw me standing there. The male doctor also didn't explain. Just watching the computer running. While urging me again with great impatientness. I hesitated for a moment. Then walked to the table. Then. Some movements are a bit stiff. I was a little nervous. Carefully tiptoed. Putting undescribable things on the edge of the table. Oh my God. I'm even trying very hard to maintain a balance. There is only one thought in my mind. This table is so fucking high. And it's cold. However. When the male doctor glanced out of the corner of his eyes and saw the undescribable suddenly appearing at the corner of the table. It suddenly looked like a furry cat. He actually jumped up on the spot. Then he quickly took several steps back with horror on his face. At the same time, he shouted in the sharp and super high notes of decibels as eunuch. Are you fucking crazy? I'm talking about your physical examination form. Who fucked you to put the hammer on it? Why? Thinking back to that moment now. How good would it be if I knew the earth escape technique at that time? Or maybe it's okay to be calm. But I was panicked. There is no time to think about it. I immediately took a step back. Then he panicked and presented the physical examination form with both hands. The male doctor then took the physical examination form with a gloomy face. Then he glanced at Shout D. Then he reached out and drew a graceful circle in front of me. Change. The conscience of heaven and earth. I was really panicked at this time. After hearing his words. I was fucking even more panicked. I'm afraid of making another mistake. But it turns out. Often, the more afraid of making mistakes, the more likely people are to make mistakes. And writing novels is the first to be affected. Here, my rich imagination once again dominated the center of my brain. Let me take the last step of social death. So. I held the small d in my hand. Wrist swivel. Let it perfectly draw a circular track in the air. I firmly believed it in my heart at that time. This is a perfect curve that can only be drawn by a science and engineering man. That's right. That's it. This is the confidence and pride of our science and engineering men. However. Oh my God. Why do I use this word again? However, at this time. The male doctor suddenly screamed like crazy. I fucking you turn around, turn around. What the hell are you doing when you turn the hammer? That moment. Time seemed to have stopped in an instant. The sound and the picture have disappeared before my eyes. I don't even remember what happened next. My mind is full of it. Who I am. Where am I? What am I doing? Just vaguely remember. When I walked out in a daze. The brother behind just entered. Then I heard the male doctor shouting hysterically. Put your medical examination form on the table, remember. What a medical examination form. And when you are asked to turn around later, remember to turn your back to me, not letting you turn something else. I don't remember what else I said. Later. although I successfully passed all the physical examinations. But the legend of Bird God. But it has spread throughout the civil engineering system. Then, I fell into a state of social death. Not only did you lose love, it is very likely that I also lost the rights of the 4 years of college. In addition to class and meals. I didn't even dare to leave the dormitory. But, fortunately, I am a novelist. There is not so much social interaction. And he looks a little handsome. I believe everything will get better after graduation. That's right. This will definitely be the case. Everything will be fine. But now, I am the only readers left to you. If the royalties are sufficient. Next, I am planning to go to the hospital for another brain test. Check your brain. My roommates and brothers all say that I keep up late every day by typing crazy. Maybe some nerve was damaged. Otherwise, how could such a magical horse flea operation be done? I think too. What they said makes sense. So please book all. It would be even better if you could open an automatic subscription. Let me have some food to eat. The bird god kneels down in advance and thanks. In addition, it will be available at around 11 noon tomorrow. I hope my brothers support the first order. I wish everyone will become a bird god, hee hee hee. Chapter 49 Red Clay Continent The Original God. The war begins. Open black lens bracket, please customize close black lens bracket. No more fighting, no more fighting. After Yu triggered the effect of empty cicada for the 4th time. Then he decided to stop. Various states are lifted. This is not because Yu is afraid of losing. Or he is exhausted. Compared to rocks. Yu is in fight continue. Open black lens bracket the more you fight, the stronger you become. Open black lens bracket adaptive close black lens bracket. And with the blessing of God level passive ability such as nearly death breakthrough. Whether it is physical strength. Still combat power. It has always maintained a straight upward trend. Yu is not at a disadvantage in the middle of the battle. On the contrary, several times in succession. Forced rocks, who had completely exploded, into danger. And he chose to truce. It's because if you continue to fight, it is very likely that I will return to Honey Island Naked P. Start empty cicada 4 times. Has already left Yu's body. Only the last big trouser fork left. This is a bit of yarn. Do you want to fight with Locks to draw his sword and stink the knife? I said you kid is too fucking unprotected, right? Locks gasped in a little embarrassedly. His face was full of dissatisfaction. Damn it. This guy pretended to be again. I was beaten out with a big bag. Before I could get back with revenge. You won't play fuckingly. Is this something that people can do? But Locks did not continue to take action. Because he knew very well. Want to defeat Yu, who is talented and perverted and becomes stronger and stronger as he fights. I'm afraid I have to show some skills to do it. Otherwise, it is impossible to do it without fighting for 10 or 8 days. Yu's growth. Far beyond Locke's expectations. It even made him feel amazing. So, even if Locks wins eventually, I guess it will have to pay a considerable price. And the Battle of Gods is about to come. Yu can be said to be one of the most important bargaining chips for Locks to win this battle. Of course he can't be hurt. So, even though Locks is full of anger now, I have to give up. Jahahahaha I really didn't expect that I would have been defeated by someone using physical skills. But your kid's talent is a little too perverted, right? Rocks with a big golden knife sitting on the beach. Looking at the afterglow of the slanting west. He actually laughed generously. Yu became stronger. The more confident he is of the battle. Quote ellipsis quote. Yu didn't say anything. But he also sat cross-legged on the beach. You said we can win the next battle. I don't know if it was intentional test. Just talk casually. Locks turned his head to look at Yu with a smile. However, Yu directly gave a message that even Locks was quite surprised. But an extremely satisfactory answer. Win and lose are your problem, I only care whether I can fight to the fullest. I have to say, Yi Yu's current attitude is like a scumbag. Not proactive. No rejection. Not responsible. But Locks, who was suspicious by nature, was extremely satisfied after hearing this. Yi Yu's answer. But he was more devoted than the group of his men. The actual erroneous and impolite Erwuzi is much more reassuring. He ha 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 ha, I really deserve to be your boy. You are probably the only one who dares to talk to me directly. A fanatical look appeared in Rock's eyes. He grinned. But even though I know this battle is doomed to fail, I will do it. Because. What kind of serious illness you have that cannot be cured? Yi Yu interrupted with a serious look on his face. Quote. Locks almost choked to death without getting up. You're just seriously ill. Your whole family is seriously ill. You're very so can't you listen to me quietly? Want to choke to death? He glared at Yi Yu with a resentful look on his face. Locks continued. Because I have an indelible blood hatred with the group of pigs on the red clay continent. When Yi Yu heard this, the experience of Golden Emperor suddenly appeared in his mind when he was young. He blurted out, did you say your wife was stolen by the Tianlong people? No wonder, Green, just gotten that way. Quote. Locks' face was bloated. Damn it. Can't you keep an eye on it? Your wife was just snatched away by the Tianlong people. My wife has obviously given birth to a fat son for me, okay. In order to prevent Yi Yu from thinking about it again, Locks brings the topic straight to the right track. Do you kid want to know why Clan D is called God's natural enemy? The expression on Yi Yushuai's face suddenly became serious. Open black lens bracket D family close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket D's will close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket D's inheritance close black lens bracket. Although the name is slightly different. But later generations have conjectures about the true meaning of D. Almost never stopped. Open black lens bracket dream close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket destiny close black lens bracket. And dawn, and so on. Although the members of Clan D are extremely rare. But their existence. But it almost runs through the main line of One Piece. Only. For what D really means. But it has never been made explicit. So. Yi Yu really wants to get from Rocks, a member of the D clan. Unveil the mystery about D. Seeing Yi Yu showing an interesting look. Locks smiled proudly. No ink marks. Then, the whole sea was sensational enough. The old secret Shin, who even made the world ZF panic, said it. First of all I tell you that the ancestor of Clan D was the god who originally lived on Red Earth continent. Do you believe it? Nani? Yi Yu widened his eyes. I can no longer remain calm. This news. Even for Yi Yu, a time traveler. They are really too shocking. The ancestor of Clan D turned out to be the original indigenous people of Red Earth continent. What's going on in this? I understand why you are so surprised. Because that history, and that country, have been completely erased with the power of the world ZF and the Dragon Man. Rocks showed a look of recollection on his face. Then he told the story. Turn out to be. As early as 900 years ago. There is a very powerful country on the Red Earth continent. Its name is the Kingdom of God. And the people of this country. They are all composed of a group of strong people born with 110 and possess various special abilities and physiques. Among them, some people are born with the ability to generate and manipulate flames. Some people are born with super bodies that are far beyond humans. Some people are born with sleeplessness. It's like being born with a devil fruit ability. And there is no fear of the defects of seawater. These people are the earliest ancestors of the D clan. No one knows where they came from. When did it appear on Red Clay continent? However, this extremely powerful land of God. But in that period of 900,800 years ago, had a catastrophe. Then it was completely erased from history. Only. However, the people of the Kingdom of God did not die in that disaster. The ancestors of Lox et al. He successfully escaped the disaster. This has allowed the bloodline and inheritance of Clan D to continue to this day. Although these people are secretly scattered all over the world. But in their names. But there is undoubtedly the word, D, used to prove their inheritance and identity. But unfortunately, the ancestors of Lox et al. It was not possible to pass on the truth that happened between the 100 blank years. So, inheritors, like Lox. I don't know what kind of disaster happened during that period. Only then will the powerful kingdom be destroyed. And the next story. Without Lox too, you also know something. 800 years ago, 20 kings reached the top red clay continent. Founded the world ZF. And become the ancestor of the Tianlong people. Then the dragons began to regard themselves as descendants of the Creator. Enjoy all the privileges in this world. Until now. And the reason why Lox had to attack God's Valley. It is because there is a secret treasure stored inside that can help him realize his dream as quickly as possible. At the same time, Lox also needs to use the treasures in the Valley of Gods. Make your pirates crazy. Otherwise, if you take action against the Tianlong people rashly, ordinary people don't have that kind of courage at all. You should now understand why I overthrew the world government and become the king of the world, right? A look of fanatic flashed in Rock's eyes. He said with a grim smile. I'm just taking back everything that should belong to me. That land occupied by the dragons, and the supreme third of void. It should belong to our clan D. Quote. And I, Lox, is the real master of this world. Yu did not continue to listen to Lox's declaration of revenge. His current thoughts. They are already all attracted by the past of Clan D. If Lox didn't lie. The D clan called the God's natural enemy. In fact, he is the real master of Red Clay Continent. So. This mysterious and powerful land of God. It is very likely that the world ZF and the Tianlong people are trying their best to hide. It is not hesitant to destroy O'Hara for this. And all the people in the country who are trying to find out the secret's great kingdom. Or maybe the kingdom of God is part of that kingdom of greatness. But no matter what. The kingdom of God, this history of the elimination. They are all very similar to the experience of the erasing of the great kingdom in 100 blank. Do these coincide? Or is it a simple coincidence? You can't figure it out yet. But some things became clear at a glance. For example, why Luffy has a physique that is as unbeaten as a young man, and the eating meat and blood recovery method, comparable to a bug. And the special physique of Blackbeard. And the mysterious Lunaria clan identity of Sky Disaster, Jin, etc. It turns out these all are special abilities that are inherited from Clan D that are comparable to cheating. And what Whitebeard said before his death, inheritance of D. It is likely to be the revenge will that exposes the evil deeds of the world. But what puzzled Yu was such an important secret. Why did Rox tell him this newcomer who has joined for less than a year? What is the purpose of this old Yin B? Why tell me? Yu was silent for a moment and said. The relationship between us seems to have not reached the level of sharing such important things, right? He ha 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 ha. Lox seemed to have expected Yu to ask this question long ago. He suddenly burst into laughter. Actually, I don't know why I told you. If I have to say a reason, it may be because I am not very sure about this war. If I die, the existence of God's kingdom and that history will probably be destroyed and completely disappeared into people's memories. It's better to tell you now. Having said this, Lox looked at Yu with deep meaning. He smiled and joked. I know, your ambition is no smaller than mine at all. I believe you. You old man is very silly. Yu asked expressionlessly, aren't you afraid that I will surpass you? He ha 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 ha. Lox laughed happier. Unparalleled and said. If you can do it, just try it. The two looked at each other. After a brief silence, a burst of laughter broke out. And on boarding. Yu finally couldn't help but ask. Captain, the last question. Lox, As a Clan D, what special abilities do you have? Then you can answer me a question too. Lox asked with interest. Does your monster talent also come from Clan D? Early morning. Navy headquarters, Marinfando. An invisible murderous aura enveloped the entire island. Fully armed soldiers can be seen everywhere. Everyone was in a state of combat readiness. The depressing atmosphere seemed to indicate something big would happen. And the high-level combat power of the Navy headquarters. They were all gathered together early by the Marshal, Cylinder Kong. The Warring States period, Zepha, Kapu and he were all listed. Besides, there are also more than a dozen lieutenant generals of the headquarters with great strength. Now, all are waiting for the battle. All because Carbon Kong received news from the undercover agent. Rock's Pirates has already gathered all members this morning. Formerly heading towards God's Valley. This means the decisive battle between the Navy and the Rock's Pirates. It will be opened soon. Actually, 4 months ago, when Lox openly announced at the banquet that his next goal was God's Valley. The Navy has already received the news. But because the level of undercover is too low, they simply don't get the exact date of action. But what really puts the Navy in a passive state? But they are the dragons living in the God's Valley. Open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket so originally planned to ask them to temporarily return to Sanctuary Marichoa. Then the Navy can give a try with Lox in God's Valley. But his proposal. However, it was unanimously rejected by the Tianlong people. The reason is very simple. They are the great descendants of the Creator. He is the real master of this world. Just a group of pirates. Is it worthy of letting them, the noble nobles of the world, escape? Not only that. The Tianlong people even made harsh words. If the Navy headquarters cannot crush the threat from Lox. Open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket the Marshal of Sora. There is no need to continue to exist. This made Cylinder Kong feel extremely frustrated. But besides swallowing his anger. So what can he do? The Navy is originally the watchdog of the dragon and the world. Now the master has issued an order. In addition to complying. What else can I do? Damn it, I didn't expect that Lox would recruit more than 30,000 people in just 4 months. Zepha looks like he is facing a great enemy. Be the first to speak. If the original pirates are added, the total number of Rock's pirates has exceeded 50,000. Hearing this, everyone in the office couldn't help but feel sank. The vast majority of them. They have personally experienced the tragic battle of the G5 branch. A deep understanding of the horrors of Lox and others. Especially the newcomer named Yi Yu. He even knocked Carp, who had the power of a general, to fly away. It's like a terrifying wife. Now, everyone heard the number of enemies increased sharply. It is almost comparable to the elite troops prepared by the Navy in advance. My mood suddenly became uneasy. After the news of robbing and killing the Dragon Man spread, Lox's appeal in New World has reached its peak. There is also the new cadre named Yi Yu. The first reward reached a sky-high price of 1 billion berry, which also caused a huge sensation in the whole world. The Warring States sighed helplessly. I'm afraid, this is the main reason why Lox chose to take action now. Snort. Cylinder Kong snorted coldly in disdain and said in an extremely stern tone. It is related to the safety of the Tianlong people. Even if our Navy pays a heavy price, we must do our best to stop these evil parties. This time, if Lox succeeds again, our Navy may not have the need to continue to exist. Protecting the Tianlong people is the responsibility and obligation of the Navy. Even if it is wiped out. It is also unshirkable. So those present. There is no doubt about this. But you don't have to worry too much. Open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket the tone of the air is slightly relaxed. I have just been on the phone with the 5 old stars. The world ZF will not only send troops to help us. And one of the 5 old stars will also lead the CP0 organization to visit God's Valley in person. So, in this battle, we have an absolute advantage in terms of military strength and high-end combat power. And I only have one requirement for you here. Open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket. A finger is raised in the air. His sharp eyes swept across everyone one by one. That is, we must let Lox and the evil parties under him disappear completely from this world. The words fell. The office suddenly became in an uproar. Even the 5 old stars in power were alarmed. But that's right. After all, this battle involves the life and death of nearly 100 world nobles. Has CP0 been dispatched too? That's great. With these powerful helpers, our chances of winning have become much larger. Open black lens bracket justice close black lens bracket must win. Everyone was overjoyed. Although most people don't know the strength of the 5 old stars. But they are not unfamiliar with CP0 organization. CP0 organization is a special institution directly belonging to the world nobles Tianlong people. It is known as the strongest shield of the Dragon Man. Although the number is very small. But its members. But he has the right to kill anyone who hinders their mission. Whether it is a navy general. Still princes and nobles. CP0 can be killed at will. And no consequences are required at all. And the strength of CP0 members. Most of them are between lieutenant general and elite lieutenant general. He is an absolute strong man. Rumored. There are several veterans in CP0 who are as strong as generals. This time with their help. The resistance to destroying the Rock's pirates will inevitably be reduced a lot. Everyone suddenly became full of confidence. Then, Cylinder Kong also mentioned some specific arrangements for strategic deployment. Then everyone went back to execute. Make final preparations before departure. Inside the office. Only 5 people including Cylinder Kong and Warring States period were left. Teacher, is there any news about Yu that boy? Carp, who had been chewing fairy beans, crack, since the beginning of the meeting, suddenly raised his muscle-filled fist and shook it. In order to avenge my previous shame, I have been training hard for 4 months. Cap didn't care about the life or death of the trash of the celestial dragon people in God's Valley. He only cares about whether Yu will go there now. After hearing his words, Warring States, Zephyr, and I couldn't help but laugh. Unexpectedly, this guy, Carp, would have been self-disciplined all day. This guy is so lazy on weekdays. Except for eating. Just sleep. Even when I go on a mission, I can oversleep. I'm idle all day long. It was even more salty than the later Navy's #1 gangster Kizaru. If it weren't for the talent that was so good that it was explosive. I'm afraid he'd been removed from the Navy long ago. However, no one expected it. This time, in order to defeat Yu and save face. Cap was rarely serious. I heard that the boy also practiced in seclusion for 4 months and did not show up until a few days before departure. Open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket empty brows raised slightly. He said in a questionable tone. This time are you really sure to kill him? If he escapes, he will probably grow into a second Rock Snow. The threat he can bring is likely to surpass Rock's. When I think of Yu's terrifying talent. And the abnormal growth rate. Even steel bone close black lens bracket empty will feel chilling. This time. At any cost. No matter what he said, Yu couldn't continue to live. In the empty heart of Cyborg. Yu has become the one who has followed Lox. The second must-kill character. In other words. You can lose in team battles. Yu must die. How can I know if I don't try it? Capo grinned. But the fists were already clenched into a ball. He is looking forward to it. 4 months later. How will Yu improve his strength? Carp firmly believes. The only one who can defeat monsters is monsters. And the serious Cap. It's a monster. Do you have anything to add to my arrangement just now? Kors asked when he turned his head to look at Lieutenant General Crane. As a think tank in the Navy. Crane's advice. It has an extremely important impact on the decision to make Cyborg empty. Locks has been planning for so long, and I'm afraid there will be any unknown backup in secret. A solemn look appeared on his face. In the past many battles with Locks, the Navy rarely has the advantage. So he was very afraid of Locks' methods. His eyes were like torch. After pondering for a moment, he said, "For the sake of safety, we'd better prepare another surprise weapon." Shock. Cylinder Kaoru, Zephyr and Kapu all showed doubt on his face. Except for the World ZF. The Navy should not have any other foreign aid. Teacher, we accidentally arrested 2 cadres from the Roger pirates a few days ago. At this time, the Warring States period took over the conversation, looked at the he and said seriously. If he threatens Gordy Roger with their lives, he will definitely submit. Hey, Warring States period. Just finished speaking. Cap then started to yell in dissatisfaction. When did the Navy's means become as despicable as pirates? Bastard, isn't I doing this for justice? The Warring States period pointed at the nose of his friend Cap. He said furiously. Do you know what kind of bad impact it will have on the world if we fail? The whole world is suffering from life. Cap was immediately scolded and speechless. Gol D. Roger. Open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket. Joe frowned and thought. It's that new guy. He was not disgusted with the use of the power of the pirates to destroy the pirates. But he had some doubts about Roger's strength. The enemy is the overlord of the sea Aedj Locks. If it is, cannon fodder. No matter how many you come. It cannot change the direction of this battle at all. Cylinder, what you need is the strong one. Although Gol D. Roger is a newcomer, his strength is comparable to that of Cap. The confidential explanation of the month in the Warring States period. The most important thing is that this person attaches great importance to his partner. Even once destroyed the army of a country by others because others slandered his crew. So, as long as we make use of it properly, there will be no mistakes. Good. Corrosive bone. Huojian's expression of the Warring States period was firm. So hesitated not. After all. At this time, there is an additional combat power at the level of general. Just be more sure. Immediately nodded. Warring States period, contact Gol D. Roger immediately to get them ready in advance. After saying that. Open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket. Joe grabbed the radio phone bug on the table. The soldiers who had assembled in the square ordered. All staff obey orders and set off in 20 minutes. The 4 of them in the Warring States period immediately retreated from the office. Is it really necessary to do that? Cap said listlessly, with his head down. In his opinion. Use this method to coerce and open an upright man like Roger. That is despicable. Shameless. Still very decent. Shut up. The Warring States period ruthlessly scolded. Then he ignored Cap. He took out a phone bug and dialed it out. Not long. Call connection. A black beard like a wave appeared on the phone worm. And sharp eyes. Roger, I am the general of the Navy headquarters Warring States period. The Warring States period had a very tough tone and said straight to the point. Your ship doctor and another cadre are in the hands of our Navy. If you don't want them to be sentenced to death, just work with me obediently. I didn't expect that the Navy's methods were even more dirty and despicable than pirates. On an island in New World. Roger, wearing a straw hat, looked particularly gloomy. The atmosphere instantly solidified. However, just when both the Warring States period and he thought the negotiations had collapsed. But Roger's face changed. Cheering like a child. But it's great that Kurokas and the others were not killed. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Call. Warring States period and the Crane looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Gol D. Roger was indeed as willful and cherished as rumored. If it were someone else. I'm afraid I won't care about the lives and deaths of these 2 cadres at all. The Warring States period did not talk nonsense. Then he directly told the news that Lox was preparing to attack Gao of Gods. You want us to help the Navy deal with the cadres under Lox? Roger looked surprised. Unexpectedly, it would be involved in the Rock's pirates. He's no newcomer. During these days, New World report on Rock's pirates. It was like a flood of mushrooms after a rain. The other party is the overlord of the sea that even the Tianlong people dare to kill. Even if Roger is brave. Now, I couldn't help but hesitate. It's not just the cadres. The Warring States period corrected with a serious look. If necessary, you must also cooperate with the Navy to kill Lox. Quote. Roger fell into silence when he heard this. Why are you scared? The Warring States period said with a frivolous tone. Hey, Warring States period, you don't look down on people there. Sure enough. Roger's fighting spirit was instantly aroused. Originally his ambition. It is to stand at the peak of the sea. To upend the world. And after entering that new world. The person he wants to challenge the most. Of course, it is the sea overlord Lox, who has always dominated the title of the strongest in the world. The hesitation just now. It's just thinking about his crew. Can you accept this dangerous task? Now. Roger has made plans. If Rayleigh and the others disagree. He went there alone. After receiving a positive answer. The Warring States period immediately explained a few more details. Then he hurriedly ended the call. You have thought about it. We really want to protect the Tianlong people. At this time, Deputy Captain Silbas Riley, with short blonde hair, slowly walked over from behind. Obviously. He also heard the conversation just now. As the deputy captain, Rayleigh is far more calm and wise than Roger. He knew very well. This battle is extremely dangerous. Being a pirate. Their enemies are not only the world's strongest Rock's pirates. There are also Navy and World ZF. No one can guarantee it. These guys with more despicable methods than pirates. Will they retire when they succeed? Suddenly there was a backstab. After all, killing a donkey. They have been seen frequently. Don't say that, Rayleigh. Roger looked fanatical. He said excitedly. I'm trying to rescue Kurokas and the others, and don't you want to experience the power of the strongest in the world? There is also the boy who can knock Iron Fist Cap away. I heard that his talent has become so powerful that it is perverted. It's less than a year since his debut, and he has become a cadre under Rocks. He is really a terrible newcomer. If we can take the opportunity to recruit him, then this mission will be a big deal. As soon as Yi Yu was mentioned, Roger's face showed a strong look of interest. Being a veteran opponent of Karp, he knew better than anyone else about the man's true strength. Although Roger instinctively believed that the newspaper's description of Yi Yu was somewhat exaggerated. But he has an unparalleled stunning talent for it. No matter him. Still Rayleigh. But they are all just amazing. You must know. Yi Yu has just turned 18 this year. Roger and Rayleigh on the contrary. Even at the age of 20. They have not yet left the town they live in. Naturally, Yi Yu highly praised. Stop talking nonsense there. Rayleigh glanced at it. He said unhappily. That kid's bounty is more than we combined. Do you think such a tough character may fall in love with our unfamous little pirate group? Besides, shouldn't you think about it now? How will you explain it to everyone later? This time the enemy is the world's strongest pirate group. A week later. Early in the morning. More than 20 large pirate ships are led by Eternal Pointer. We have successfully traveled through many extreme and severe weather areas such as thunder explosion, acid rain, hail, sky fire, and turbulence. Appeared in front of God's Valley. Finally arrived. Locke stood at the bow of the boat with his arms held. The eyes were full of excitement. And behind him. There are many powerful people such as Yi Yu, Golden Lion, and Whitebeard. And nearly 50,000 aggressive pirates. Everyone looked at the increasingly clear island ahead at the same time. Open black lens bracket, gain of God, close black lens bracket. Different from the extreme bad weather on the periphery. Above this area, always shine brightly on the sun. A peaceful scene with a beautiful sunny wind. No wonder the dragons like this. And on the island, a huge Gemini peak is straight into the sky. The luxurious and magnificent Emerald City below makes the pirates salivate. There is no need for rocks to mobilize pre-warla. The momentum of the pirates. Then he was completely inspired by the greed in his heart. Become unprecedentedly high. Even the captains of Big Katakana Middle. Mom, John, Silver Axe, etc. They were all excited. Young people, kill all the Tianlong people on the island, countless treasures, and reputation that shocked the world, they are all yours. Lox is now showing his fierce look. Ignore the densely packed defense warships on the coast. He shouted, go ahead at full speed. More than 20 pirate ships suddenly accelerated. Rushed to the coast like a life. Here, the big fleet of Rocks pirates. Open black lens bracket Sea Overlord close black lens bracket Rocks, Golden Lion, Ski, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Big Katakana Middle. Mom, Charlotte Lingling. And the newly reached Kadri, Hungry Wolf, Yu. Even if you are prepared. But when the warring states and others on the coast really saw such a huge fleet appear, I couldn't help but feel nervous in an instant. The Navy gritted their teeth even more. Subconsciously clenched a weapon in his hand. The enemy is the strongest pirate group in the world. And the captains of the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Big Katakana Middle. Mom and other teams. Without exception. They are all powerful people who are famous New World. Not to mention Lox D. Beck, who has been dominating the title of the world's strongest man for decades. So even if the elite Navy headquarters are now coming out, everyone did not dare to be careless at all. Is that hateful guy here too? Standing on the face of the garden behind Lieutenant General Crane. A very complicated look appeared. In the eyes full of resentment. There was still some indescribable nostalgia and unbalance mixed with it. Since being bullied by Yu that day. Somehow. The other party's handsome face. She always appears in her dreams when it is late at night. And, in a dream, this bad guy. I always do something indescribable to the garden. So much so that when the garden wakes up every day, they are all worried about gains and losses. The garden even began to have some doubts. Do you have a serious tendency to lose weight or abuse? Otherwise, why would you always think of that bad guy? Start fire and sink all these bastards, ships. Open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket. The roar of the sky instantly resounded throughout the coast. He pointed to the direction where Lox was. Roaring, Lox, today is your death date. The words fell. The warships that had been waiting for battle suddenly fired artillery. Boom. 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 Thousands of shells poured out like dark rain. It enveloped more than 20 pirate ships. Black Charcoal Cicada, it's time for you to perform. Lox ordered without looking back. Yes. A thin figure jumped directly into the sky. The middle finger and index finger overlap each other. A transparent square protective barrier suddenly unfolded in front of the Black Charcoal Cicada pill. Oncoming shells hit on it. All exploded. Terrifying shock waves and turbulent currents rage. But it can't shake the barrier at all. This is the barrier fruit that claims to have absolute defensibility. At the same time, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Big Katakana Middle. Mom also took action one after another. Gulalalala, is this kind of situation trying to stop us? The white-bearded arms began to accumulate strength. A white halo containing the power of shock suddenly lingers on his iron fist. Open black lens bracket sky shock close black lens bracket. He punched him in an extremely violent way. Suddenly, spider web-like cracks visible to the eyes appeared in the atmosphere. Immediately afterwards, the magnificent shock wave. Then he rushed towards the Navy fleet. The entire sea area trembled. Rabbiting the old nest of the Tianlong people, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. The Golden Lion slashed a huge golden chopping wave at will. Then he flew up. He left the large army and rushed directly towards the direction of Emerald City. Long before departure, The Golden Lion has actually made up his own plan. First, there are countless treasures in Emerald City. First come first served is the rules. And the Golden Lion is actually very clear in his heart. With Locke's character, we will never attack God's Valley for no reason. The other party must be spying on a treasure in Emerald City. And the Golden Lion, I want to find it before Locke's. Only, the Golden Lion is not ready to swallow the treasures alone. Instead, he wanted to use it to bribe EU to form an alliance with him. Second, the Golden Lion didn't want to help Locke's restrain the Navy outside. Because if Locke's wins this battle, then he will never have a chance to stand out. So, whoever loves to fight to the death will fight to the death. Anyway, he is a Golden Lion. I just want to use the hands of the Navy and the world ZF. Just get rid of Locke's. If there is a chance. He gave Locke's a backstab with his backhand. The Golden Lion can also do it. And the reason why the Golden Lion dares to be so confident, it's because he knows it in his heart. Inside that Rock's pirates. A person who has the same idea as him. It's simply countless. And these people. But they are all waiting for the arrival of opportunity. Mama, all the treasures on the island are mine. I will kill anyone who robs me. Big katakana middle. Mom waves the great sword Napple wheel. A Buff's gun, Weok directly penetrated the 7 or 8 warships blocking the front. Then he set foot on Thunder Cloud Zeus. He also flew towards the direction of Emerald City. Obviously. She also reported the same ideas and ambitions as the Golden Lion. And the actions of the two. All were seen by Locke's. And remember it in your heart. In the sinister pupils. A resentful and fierce light flashed suddenly. Only. At the moment, Locke's is unable to have an attack. Because. He knows it better than anyone else. Inside of open black lens bracket Rock's pirates close black lens bracket, but it has never been a monolithic. Help, my arm is cut off. No, the periphery defense line was broken through by the pirates. The enemy's strength is too strong, we're almost unable to withstand. With the strong men in the Rock's pirates taking action one after another. The naval fleet that was deployed on the periphery suddenly became in chaos. The offensive on the sea instantly reversed. And on the coast. The faces of the warring states period, Zepha and others were already extremely solemn. Really? Even if the Navy organized a large fleet in advance. Still unable to defeat Rocks on the sea. Although everyone had expected this. But the periphery was defeated so quickly. It's a bit difficult for them to accept. And just in the midst of chaos in the Navy. The main ship where Locks and others are located has successfully landed. Clatter. Locks took the lead in landing. He looked at the top naval executives such as Corrosted Bones, Kong and Warring States period and Zepha with a grim smile. Spread your hands. He said provocatively, the killing begins. Brothers, rush, the treasure of the Tianlong people is waiting for us in Emerald City. That's right, kill all the Tianlong people, and all the treasures here belong to us. Damn Navy watchdog, why don't you get out of here? Let these dogs see how powerful our Rock's Pirates is. Except for Big Yu and Whitebeard. John, Wang Ji, Silver Axe and other captains jumped off the bow of the ship. He shouted slogans and began to take the lead in charge. They have no ability to fly. Want to enter Emerald City to rob treasures. It's only a fight all the way. Only. But these cunning guys did not use their full strength. While guarding against each other. What they thought was actually the same as the Golden Lion. I don't want Locks to win the final victory of this war. That's all. Among the many ulterior motives. Pirates vs Navy. 2 steel torrents collided with each other. A close fight. The shouts of killing echoed in the sky in an instant. Rocks, what do you bastard want to do? Open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket Joe roared in anger. The Dragon Man is descendant of the Creator and is the ruler of this world. Have you ever thought about the consequences of doing this today? It concerns the safety of nearly 100 celestial dragons in God's Valley. Open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket I feel unprecedented pressure. He ha 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 ha. Locks laughed madly when he heard this. Okay, even if you ask that. Then today, I will just tell you what I want to do. Chapter 50 The King of Heaven Awakens. Kill CP0 in seconds. A huge battlefield. It actually became strangely quiet at the moment when Locke spoke. Whether it is pirates or naval soldiers. Without exception. Everyone was extremely curious about Rox's next words. The real ambition of this sea overlord. What exactly will it be? In full view of everyone. Locke slowly raised his arm. The void points to the heaven and earth in front of you. He spoke in a very domineering manner. I will turn every grain of dust, every inch of land, every drop of water, every mouthful of air, every portion of food on this planet into something that belongs to me, Locks. I want everyone to kneel at my feet and worship accept my rule. I, Locks, want to become king of the world. Although Rock's voice was not loud. But it was extremely clear into everyone's ears. For a moment. No distinction between enemies and us. Everyone was shocked by Locke's domineering words. King of the world. Looking at the whole world. I'm afraid that only the madman Locke dares to think so. And dare to be in front of the Navy and the world. Say it out directly. It's simply crazy. Even Cylinder Kong, Warring States, Yuhei and others listened to it. They were all shocked and sweated. I suddenly agree with what Skies said. Behind the back, the white beard stood at the bow of the ship. Looking at Yi Yu with a complicated expression. Captain Locke's ambition is too great. If he really succeeds. Don't worry, he's destined to fail. Yi Yu directly interrupted the other party. The dark cold eyes flashed with a wise light. Said with deep meaning. Because there is no one on this battlefield, fighting for him Locks. No matter how many people or the strong people are, they cannot win such a war. The white beard widened his eyes. He looked at Yi Yu in a daze. It took a while to come back to my senses. This guy in front of you. Are you really only 18 years old? He actually looked at the problem more clearly than he was a middle-aged man. And that calm face. Even the white beard. Everyone felt a little ashamed. Gulalalala. The white beard laughed boldly. You are right, but no matter what the ending is, I have to fight to the fullest first. After saying that, Whitebeard jumped off the bow of the boat directly. He rushed straight towards the location where the Warring States period was. That passage just now. If it comes from someone else's opinion. Whitebeard would never believe it. But Yi Yu. But it is an exception. Whitebeard has unilaterally promoted he regarded it as a family. I believe in his words. And what he thought. In fact, it is also very similar to Yi Yu. This battle. No matter who loses in the end, who wins. They all have to fight to the point of having fun first. It's getting more and more interesting. Yi Yu's dark eyes swept across the battlefield. Although the offensive of the Rocks pirates seems to have gained the upper hand at the moment. But in fact, the cadres with ulterior motives are fighting each other. And it didn't use all the effort at all. The scene was exactly the same as the excellent performance of the generals Kizaru and Aokiji in The War of the Top. It must be in the original work. In this case. Is this lost battle? But Yi Yu didn't want to change this ending. Because in a sense, Locks did get in his way, too. And this battle has been a long time ago. He regarded it as an exclusive stage. Of course, you have to enjoy it with your play. Let's just start with you, Carp. Yi Yu's dark eyes locked directly on Cap's body. Seeing the other person also looks at him. An elusive smile suddenly appeared in his horns. It is time to test the achievements of these 4 months of cultivation. Move slightly under your feet. Yi Yu jumped off the bow of the boat lightly. Walk straight towards Cap. However, just the moment Yi Yu landed on the ground, the long-lost system prompt sound rang in my mind. Ding, the check-in location, God's Valley, was detected. Is the host signing in? Close black lens bracket. Yi Yu was overjoyed. Sign in now. Ding, sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host on obtaining special abilities. Listen to the voice of all things katakana middle.lv1 level. Warm reminder, this special ability cannot be actively upgraded, and can only be passively improved by signing in rewards. Listen to all things. Feel the mysterious energy that suddenly fills my mind. Yi Yu frowned. That's right. He was somewhat disappointed with the reward for signing in this time. Although, listen to the voice of everything is a special ability that is far rarer than ordinary color domineering. Looking at the entire One Piece. Only 4 people own it. Only. This is for Yi Yu, who is determined to improve his combat power. But it seems a little useless. Because of the ability to listen to the voice of all things. So far, what is shown is nothing more than listening to historical text, stone tablets, sea kings, and the voice of the elephant master. For Yi Yu at this stage, it's useless at all. However, at this moment, ding, the host accidentally triggered the special synthesis task, the King Awakening. Does the host accept this task? Close black lens bracket. Huh, the King of Heaven. Yi Yu was startled and immediately chose to accept it. Ding, congratulations to the host, the Awakening of the King mission was successfully accepted. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket current progress. Listen to the sound of all things 1/3. Animal system, fish, fruit, phantom beast species, and green dragon form 0/2 1 point is automatically completed after reaching the awakening state. Yi Yu was really a little confused this time. If he understands it correctly. This unfinished Heavenly King Awakening mission. It should be related to the Sanda Ancient Weapons, which has never been mentioned in Sanda Ancient Weapons. And 1/3 of the progress of Listen to the Voice of All Things. It should mean to let Yi Yu improve this ability to level 3. This is not difficult to understand. After all, with the advancement of the original comics. This little color of Katsuki Momonosuke. Almost all the network has been realized as the Heavenly King. As for the basis, it is this little bitch who is far superior to Roger and Luffy's ability to listen to the voice of all things. In the Battle of Ghost Island, even though it is far from Luffy, Momonosuke still heard the other party's call, and directly control all the mechanical beasts and visioners on Ghost Island. Transfer the news that Luffy is still alive to the entire island. The scene was like he was in the Zowook commanding the Lord. Only. Yi Yu was a little confused. But why is the Heavenly King associated with fish and fish fruit? And it is one of the necessary conditions. Is it because this devil fruit can control the weather? But, no matter what, Yi Yu was at the beginning of joining the Rocks Pirates. He has already regarded this devil fruit as his own pocket. If you can activate Tian Wang easily, why not do it? But Yi Yu didn't realize it. The fundamental reason why Rocks started the war against God's Valley this time. Actually, it's for this. The fish and fish fruit enshrined by the Tianlong people in the depths of the Emerald City. Just as Yi Yu was about to continue moving forward. 3 ghostly figures. But it suddenly appeared in front of him. Open black lens bracket Hungry Wolf close black lens bracket, are you interested in cooperating with our CP0? 3 people were wearing white suits. CP0 members with weird masks on their faces. From different directions. Surround Yi Yu in the middle. The meaning is obvious. As long as Yi Yu disagrees, they will kill. This is the usual style of CP0. As long as you are willing to turn against each other, help the world ZF destroy Rocks. The CP0 member standing in front of him deliberately lowered the voice. Bewitching said completely. The 5 old stars promise that all the crimes you committed before will be spared. And World ZF can also give you some extra privileges of robbery at sea. Hear this. Yi Yu had a cold and handsome face. Some changes finally took place. Little brow raised. Privileges of robbery at sea. Sound. Why is it a bit like the later generations of the King's 7 Warriors system? Could it be? Is the world ZF already in its prototype now? But Yi Yu immediately denied this idea. Because he knows it very well. The King's 7 Martial Arts C is a special product formed after the opening of the Great Pirate Age. The purpose is to restrain the powerful Sea Emperors of the New World. Although the specific establishment time is unknown. But it can be done through the time of joining Poya Hancock. Let's make a rough calculation. Empress became the Emperor of Amazon and Lily Kingdom at the age of 18. And the captain of the 9 Snake Pirates. In order to protect the country from external invasions. Only then did I accept the invitation from World ZF. Joined the King's 7 Warriors C. From the perspective of time. It should have been around 11 years before Luffy went out to sea. And the veteran member clocked all. It may be earlier. In this time period now. It is impossible for the system of the King of 7 Warriors to appear. But for Yi Yu. Even if the World ZF really promised him the title of the King of 7 Warriors. He wouldn't agree to deal with Locks either. This is not because Yi Yu is so loyal to Locks. And it's just because. He doesn't like the title, or woozy. Not to mention. For a ceiling-level strongman like Locks. Even sneak attacks are useless. Locks' seeing and hearing domineering spirit has reached the state of awakening. Not only does it have a huge scope of function. And he also awakened an extremely rare special ability. Can be keenly perceived. The malice emitted by others. At this point. Yi Yu accidentally noticed it through the battle on the deserted island. So say. Even if the World ZF really succeeded in instigating some members of the Rocks Pirates. I'm afraid these people haven't had time to launch a sneak attack. Then he was killed instantly by Locks. It is impossible to give them a chance to take action. And the plot of the filial son sword, of the Whitebeard who was sneak attacked by Squard in the Moon. Put it on Locks. It's impossible to stage it. The World ZF's method is really dirty as always. Yi Yu glanced at the horns of a wicked sneer. A dangerous cold light flashed in the dark eyes. Said lightly. But the real purpose of your doing this is probably to get rid of me with the help of Rox's hand. Tisk tisk tisk. I have to say that compared to pirates, your methods are more despicable and vicious. Did you find it? The 3 CP0 members all showed shock and surprise on their faces. Why didn't they expect it? The boy in front of you. They could actually detect their true intentions in an instant. Yi Yu guessed right. Whether it's Locks. It's still him Yi Yu. They are all on the list of the 5 Elder Stars. The most convenient and fastest way to do it. It is to arouse suspicion and conflict between Yi Yu and Locks. Even if you can't end up with swords. At least it can make the two people separate from each other. How to look at it? They are all beneficial and harmless to the world. But who would have thought? Their trick was instantly discovered by Yi Yu. HMPH, I'm really ignorant of politeness. The leading CP0 didn't say much, and gestured to the other 2 people to behead him, shouting coldly, "Take it, kill him." The words fell. 3 CP0s took action at the same time. They directly used their most fierce killer moves. Finger Gun Madara. The black fingers attached to the armed color domineering poured down from the front like a storm. Tiger/Big Blade Spear. The tiger-headed air bomb roared from the right side through the air. 6 Style Mystery, Maximum Wheel, 6 King Spear. The CP0 member on the left aimed at Yi Yu's back heart with 1 blow. Damn it, it's actually the group of rats in CP0. Whitebeard suddenly became furious. A rare swear word. The sound is like thunder. Shocking all sides. Damn it, you dare to stab me in the back. The expression on Rox's face was as ferocious as an evil ghost. Murmur. 5 old stars, you 5 old dogs are really calculating. To be honest. Even Locks didn't expect it. CP0 will actually start after the war. Take the lead in finding Yi Yu. Locks knew very well. The key to the success or failure of this battle. Except for himself. To a large extent, it depends on the performance of Yu and Whitebeard. Especially Yu. The battle between the two on the deserted island. It has already given Locke a deep understanding of Yu's power. Even if it is slightly inferior to him. But that's also there. After Rox exposed his trump card that he had hidden for many years. The gap has only been widened. It can be said. Now Yu has the weight in Locke's heart. He has long surpassed the Golden Lion, Whitebeard and others. And now, CP0 dared to be under his nose. Instigate Yu to rebel. This wave of horse flea operations made Locke so angry that he was so angry that he was so angry. But he was also shocked and sweated. If Yu is really successfully instigated, that consequence, absolutely unimaginable. Just as Locke thought. The attacks of the three CP0s had already enveloped Yu. Rumble. When Yu stood, thick smoke suddenly rose. The ground cracked. The soil flew out. The entire island trembled slightly. Successful. What? I thought the rumored little ghost that even Cap could beat him away was so strong in the end, he was only this level. Even if a talented newcomer with a bounty of 1 billion yuan, as long as he dares to be an enemy of the world ZF, he will be dead. 3 members of CP0 jumped out of the smoke-filled area. His face was full of grim grin. Obviously, I am full of confidence in the blow just now. The strength of the 3 of them. All reached the level of lieutenant general or above. You must know. In the turbulent, old age. Even if it is just an ordinary lieutenant general. His skills will definitely not be inferior to those of elite lieutenant generals such as Great Pirate Age. It can be said that there are many strong people. So even if the 3 of them faced a powerful man like Jinjin Lion and Whitebeard, it's not a shame in a short period of time. And in their eyes. Although Yu is a stunning monster. But at the end of the day, he is only 18 years old. And it's just a newcomer. It is impossible to survive under the joint attack of the 3 of them. However, just as the 3 of them were about to go back and report to the 5 old stars. A cold and joking voice. But suddenly it rang behind the 3 of them. Want to leave? Have you asked me? The words fell. Yu's chic figure. It seems to appear out of thin air. It actually appeared directly in front of 3 CP0 members. There was no pause at all under my feet. It's like walking in the garden. Yu walked through the 3 people with elegant movements. Ah, aren't you dead? The terrified expressions on the faces of the 3 CP0 members were still in time to bloom. The head on the neck. Then it was thrown high. On their faces. There is even the expression of death. There was surprise. Have doubts. There is confusion. And deep fear. The 3 of them couldn't figure it out. Why is Yu still alive? Puff puff puff. Blood splattered from the necks of the 3 of them like a fountain. Then the headless body fell to the ground with a bang. Hiss. A bloody battlefield. It became quiet again strangely. The atmosphere became extremely depressing. The Navy present. They were all shocked by the scene in front of them. Eyes are wide open. He stared blankly at the 3 headless male corpses lying in the pool of blood on the ground. 3 CP0. He was killed so easily. Who dares to believe this? Aren't they known as the strongest shield of the Tianlong people? How could it be? Can't even take that kid's move. What's going on? Throat is astringent. Many Navy forces couldn't help swallowing. Then he turned his gaze to the proudly upright figure behind him. Without exception. All of these Navy's eyes showed horror. Yu is in their hearts. It has become a hell-like demon. And Cylinder Kong and Warring States period and others. I was almost shocked by this scene and my chin was dropped. At the same time, kill 3 CP0s. Is this really something that people can do? You have to know those 3 guys. But they are all at the level of Lieutenant General or above. Even if Cylinder Kong took action personally. It is absolutely impossible to kill 3 people in one move. And Cap, Warring States and others. It's even less impossible. Damn it. In just 4 months. Why has this guy's strength increased so much? Is he really a human? This is a monster. Now. Open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket the hearts of a few people. Only deep shock and incredible. Who would have thought? The battle has just begun. Yi Yu shocked everyone. In their eyes. Even if Yi Yu had no weapons in his hand. But it gives everyone a sense of terrifying oppression like a human-shaped weapon. Even John, Silver Axe, Wang Ji and other pirates. His eyes became weird. The powerful strength shown by Yi Yu. Also far beyond their expectations. It even scared them a little. This strength is growing so quickly, right? Will you still let people live? It's not that fast to be a rocket, right? Original. Silver Axe, Wang Ji and others. Still planning. After Lox was killed by the World ZF. They joined forces to get rid of Yi Yu, the guy who was in trouble. It seems now. The other party does not take the initiative to cause trouble for them. It burns the incense. On the battlefield. Little brother Kaido holding a mace. After seeing this scene. I couldn't help but shed tears of envy and self-sadness again. This is the gap. It would be fine if you are handsome and have strong strength. But he pretends to be good. Brother Yi Yu. Please. Stop. B is almost finished with you alone. Leave some for you guys. Kaido suddenly feel. He may not be able to catch up with Yi Yu in his entire life. This gap. It's not something that effort can make up for. Kaido immediately raised his mace and shouted. Brother Yi Yu, YYDS. The other pirates also cheered. The entire Rocks pirates suddenly had a great boost in morale. And Roger and others who had been hiding in the dark in the distance waiting for signals. At this moment, they were all stunned by the scene where Yi Yu instantly killed 3CP0s. Hey, Rayleigh, did you see it? Roger was extremely excited like a hoo-hoo. He pointed to Yi Yu's direction with his hands and said. No wonder he could knock Carp away. That kid's physical skills is simply too strong. Roger is also not a capable person of devil fruit. Regardless of the sword. Or physical skills. All reached an extremely high level. Can get his affirmation. It is enough to show how powerful Yi Yu's physical skills are now. Rayleigh focused on the head. Although there was no words. But the solemn expression on his face had already given the answer. Is this called very strong? You are right, you're not wrong. Is this a bit outrageously strong? Okay. He reached this level in less than a year after his debut. Damn, how could this be a newcomer? It's clearly a monster, okay. No wonder the Navy asked for their assistance in such an important battle. This battle. No matter how you look at it. It's all too dangerous. Damn little devil. In a room in the Emerald City behind. The 5 old stars holding the sword roared in anger. That scene just now. He had already, see, it with his powerful sense and domineering aura. Being shocked. The 5 old stars holding the sword have a deeper understanding of Yi Yu's strength. After all. They had underestimated the newcomer Yi Yu too much before. I think the so-called, talented monster. It was just an excuse for Cylinder Kong and Warring States period and others to make for their own failure. It's an exaggeration. For the 5 old stars. An 18-year-old newcomer. Even if the talent is good. How powerful can it be? The result was that he was swollen from the face. 3 CP0s sent out. In fact, Yi Yu killed them all in an instant after one encounter. This is for the 5 old stars and the entire CP0 organization. It's a great shame. No matter what today. Let Yi Yu die here too. Hee ha 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 ha. Lox laughed wildly. Yi Yu, your appearance is still as dazzling as ever. That's right, that's it. Enjoy the killings. The young men kill all the dog legs of the Tianlong people and the Navy. Lox's sinister pupils froze. A terrifying pressure burst out from his body. The blue-purple ordinary color domineering swept out like a hurricane. Crushing towards the enemies on the island. Hateful. Open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket Kong Yi shouted with an extremely terrifying look on his face. Locks, even if I fight for my life today, I will never let you succeed. Then he also released ordinary domineering aura and fought back. Rumble. Two domineering auras collided in midair. In the shaking air, it forms ripples that are visible to the naked eye. Sizzle. Lightning-shaped liquid black thunder. It rages like a violent razor. On the surrounding ground. Blasted cracks. Even the sea of clouds above the clear sky. It was also torn apart by such a terrifying collision. A shocking scene like a great rift valley. This is the dominant showdown between top strong men. Many nearby navy and pirates. They all foamed at the mouth and fainted. Only the elite with firm will. Only then can it not be affected. However, as the collision continues, corrosive bone, a fine cold sweat gradually emerged from the empty forehead. Obviously. In the confrontation with Locks, he is at a disadvantage. Teacher, I'll help you. The Warring States period saw that the situation was not good. Immediately activate the magnificent ordinary color domineering aura in my body. Fight against rocks with Cylinder Kong. With the participation of the Warring States period, the situation in the field finally reversed. The vast ordinary color domineering aura, as vast as Wang Yang, crushed towards Locks. Gulalalala. Whitebeard laughed loudly. Navy, don't underestimate us rocks pirates too much. In his hand, he paused on the ground. The extremely surging, ordinary color domineering aura burst out immediately. Point 0. Fight with rocks. Break time. The entire coast is shrouded in two brutal color domineering, blue purple and dark red. Heaven and earth change color. It's like a group of demons dancing. A strong sense of oppression. It makes people feel numb from the scalp. Only anyone with a discerning eye can see it. The combination of rocks and Whitebeard. It is obviously much stronger than Cylinder and the Warring States period. But no matter it is Crane or Zephyr. Still Cap. At this moment, I could only watch and worry. Roger, let's take action. Rayleigh wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He reminded. If you wait any longer, it may be too late. The power of Locks. Far beyond his expectations and Roger. If left alone. I'm afraid this battle has not officially started yet. Navy's manpower. It's about to be in this terrifying, ordinary color domineering. Most of them are directly cleaned up. The current situation is urgent. Good. Roger nodded. The two of them then flew out. Not hiding whereabouts. At the same time, the surging pressure in their bodies also exploded. Roger and Riley are no less powerful than the Whitebeard ordinary color domineering. He joined directly to the Cylinder air in the Warring States period. Rumble. The collision escalates instantly. A hurricane whizzed out. The ground exploded inch by inch. The nearby mountains, trees and stones were all destroyed by the aftermath caused by the collision. The entire coast trembled violently. The powerful hurricane turned into tornadoes, crushing towards the periphery. Regardless of the navy, still a pirate, they were blown to the sky one after another. Even the towering giant trees were uprooted, all thrown to the distant sea. And captains like Wang Ji and Silver Axe, and the accompanying lieutenant generals of the Navy headquarters, and Roger's men, they all retreated involuntarily, to avoid the edge. Now, look at the entire battlefield. Except for Carp and Zephyr. Only Yu stood firmly and did not move. And the terrifying, dominant confrontation in front of you. It's simply unprecedented. Those present. All of them changed color. My heart was shocked. Locks, your dead sky is coming. Cylinder Huo smiled grimly. After Roger and Rayleigh both ended, the situation has once again developed in a direction that is beneficial to the Navy. Although they still couldn't crush Rocks and Whitebeard. But the advantages are obvious. Seeing this, the pirates were shocked. You're proud of yourself there. You're not blind, right? Locks smiled unconsciously. Didn't you see that there is still one person on our side who didn't take action? Yi, it's time for you to show off your skills. Yi didn't say anything. But the terrifying, ordinary color-domineering aura in the body, like a ferocious beast in its prehistoric world, was directly leaked out. It's like a mountain torrent. Yi's ordinary color-domineering just joined. Then break the deadlock. He directly repelled the ordinary color-domineering from the Navy. What? How could that little guy have such a powerful ordinary domineering aura? Coors, Kong, Warring States and others immediately looked at Yi with horror. Cap's face was even more incredible. Is that kid really a human? Even Roger and Rayleigh couldn't help but change their color. None of them expected it. Only 18 years old. Yi, who has debuted for less than a year. He actually has a horror overbeal color domineering comparable to Locke's. Isn't this too amazing? The Navy immediately thought of Yi's terrifying talent. Suddenly I felt cold all over my body. If Yi cannot be left here forever this time, I'm afraid the Navy and the world will. There will never be peace. Rumble. In a burst of explosion like the sky and the earth cracked. The two stalemate, ordinary color domineering aura exploded with a bang. Cylinder Bone, Kong, Roger and others retreated quickly with horror. Next second, a huge bottomless gully cracked at the location where they were standing. On the sea. It even set off a series of terrifying tsunamis up to 100 meters high. That scene. It's like the end of the world. Thesis: this the real strength of that bad guy. I had already retreated to the distant garden and my eyes were wide open. He looked at Yi blankly. The heart is mixed with all kinds of feelings. And standing in front of her, Lieutenant General Crane, who resisted the aftermath for her. He looked sad. Murmur. In the Warring States period, we still underestimated Yi's terrifying talent after all, but this growth rate is too terrifying, right? The Crane was already shocked by the scene just now. I won't talk about the famous scenes of killing 3 CP0s in seconds. Yi alone was with his own strength. It directly suppressed the huge advantages that Roger and Riley brought to the Navy. It's a bit too horrible. What kind of ambition and destiny does that guy have? Only at this age. Awakening up such a terrifying, ordinary color domineering. The more Lieutenant General Crane thinks, the more he becomes scared. You should be the newcomer who has risen rapidly in the past 2 years, Galdi Roger, right? Locke narrowed his eyes. Looking at Roger and Rayleigh opposite. He sneered disdainfully. I didn't expect that as a pirate, you would fall into cooperating with the Navy to protect this group of Tianlong people's garbage. Aren't you afraid that you will not have a foothold in the new world in the future? Facing sharp questions. But Roger laughed out loud. Don't say that, Senior Locke. I have my own beliefs and will, and I am not a lackey of the Navy and the Dragon. The reason I came to this battle was mainly to stop your atrocities and the evil legion you led. I think pirates are not suitable to be the master of this world. If you stop now, you might have a chance to leave here alive. Roger persuaded with a smile. Then he turned his gaze to Yi. Brother Yi, I wonder if you are interested in joining our Roger Pirates. The benefits are very good. Faced with Roger's expectation, Yi did not speak. Even the indifferent expression on his face. Nothing changed at all. Looking at the entire sea. Except for Locke. Who else deserves to be his captain? The answer is obvious: C. Nothing at all. HMPH, I still want to set up a archway when I am a cousin. Locke said with a grin. Roger, you are willing to become a lackey of the Tianlong people. Then let's die here with these Navy gangsters.